Good afternoon, everybody. This is the 2021 Race of Remembrance, and cars are beginning to line up on the grid. In fact, many of them have been there for a minute already. The tail enders just making up their positions towards the back of the grid. Haven't quite got all of them yet because we're supposed to have 53 and we're a little bit short of that at the moment. No, I see what they've done. What they've done, you see, is because we've got such a large entry, we've actually had to use all of the assembly area plus all of Parc Fermé, which is supposed to be reserved for the cars at the end of the race. But such is the size of the entry that we've had to use both. Now we've emptied out the assembly area. Now we need to get on with emptying out the Parc Fermé area, and then we'll be able to get on with filling up the grid. As I say, this is the 2021 Race of Remembrance, and it's great to be back here in Anglesey. The weather is not quite as good as it's been, but it's a lot better than it was yesterday. Yesterday it was howling a gale. At times we had some nasty little rain showers as well, squally showers I suppose you would have to call them. But we survived all of that. We got through day qualifying, we got through night qualifying, and we got through a warm-up period this morning, a 20-minute warm-up session this morning, and now the moment draws near as we can begin to look forward to the 12 hours and that is because it is a three-part race, and each part is added together, aggregate times count. So the gaps that are on the track are not the same as the gaps that actually get shown on the timing screen. So if all you can see is a timing screen, and I'd heartily recommend, if you are in a position to do so, that you get onto the TSL timing website, tsl-timing.com, and then follow the menu options through to the Race of Remembrance live timing. And that will show you the timing screen. That's the official positions. However, as I say, once we get into Sunday and the race gets aggregated, it is the sum of the races, not the positions on the track. If you're used to other series where, say at the end of the first part, there is a 1 minute gap between the two cars, that gets wiped away in the second part of the race because the drivers will line up nose to tail or side by side. If there is a 1 minute gap at the end of part one of the Race of Remembrance, that 1 minute gets preserved by the timekeeping system. And even if the two cars are side by side or nose to tail, on the timing screens you'll still see them as being 1 minute apart. So, as I say, it's a race that's simpler to follow if you're only looking at a timing screen. If you're looking at the track as well, then that may be more confusing. And if you're in a position to get hold of the live stream and you go onto the Race of Remembrance website, then you'll be able to get live pictures as well, which will help you to follow what's going on. But, we'll hopefully be able to bring it to you and explain what's going on. Part one is today. Starts at 3 o'clock in about half an hour's time, and will go on until 9 o'clock this evening. That's the straightforward bit, that's the easy bit. 9 o'clock this evening, they'll show a checkered flag, and cars will come into Parc Fermé, at which point it gets complicated because the tyres will be marked. You're not allowed to change tyres. The fuel nozzles will be sealed, so you're not allowed to refuel, you're not allowed to change tyres, but you are allowed to do other things to the cars. And I know I spoke to somebody earlier on today who were intending to actually change the brake pads during the night, so they get nice fresh brakes for Sunday morning. So you are allowed to do some things. The driver has to stay strapped in the car. No, they're not quite that mean. But the driver who finishes on Saturday does have to start on Sunday morning. That's one of the regulations. There are other regulations regarding duration of pit stops. Every pit stop has to be 4 minutes in length, and So we'll be looking forward to counting the length of all the pit stops. As I say, if you come into the pits, you have to stay there for 4 minutes, regardless of what work it is that you do when you get there. So we'll be getting underway very shortly with that, and we'll then be able to get on with the race itself. So 6 hours of racing today, going up until 9 o'clock. They'll show the checkered flag, and then tomorrow we will start racing at 9 o'clock in the morning, run through till about 10 minutes before 11. They'll bring the cars into single file formation on the start-finish line at about 10 to 11. We'll then have the centrepiece of the Race of Remembrance, which is the Remembrance Service. The Service of Remembrance, which will take place in the pit lane, weather permitting, and the forecast is certainly good enough to suggest that that should be in order. And so we'll have the Service of Remembrance at 11 o'clock. We'll then get back on with racing, get racing back underway again around about 25 past or half past 11, and then get the racing through until 12 hours have elapsed. At the point that 12 hours is elapsed, a last lap board will then be shown, and that means what it says. They'll complete that last lap, and then there'll be a checkered flag. So it sounds simple at that stage, but as I say, over the course of the race, while everybody is looking forward to the Remembrance Service, there's also the tactics of a race to be run and possibility of a race to be won. And of course, that's going to be the objective of the people at the front. The race is run in a number of different classes. The winner of the race is almost certainly going to become from Class D. I'll predict that at the outset. These are the cars with a power-to-weight ratio of up to 250 brake horsepower per tonne. And as I say, it's expected that that's where the leading runners will come. There are 4 cars running in the relay class. The reason I correct myself is that the original entry list had 3 Caterhams running as relay cars, but in fact there's an additional relay car to be run with the Lotus Elises. Michael and Bailey Edwards have switched from being a Heroes Trophy car. A Heroes Trophy is for a car that runs non-stop throughout the race, or not non-stop, but without being substituted throughout the race. And Michael and Bailey Edwards were going to run in that class, but have now switched to a relay car. So they both have a car, and it will run in stints. One with Michael will drive one car, Bailey the other. Bailey, I think, is in the one in the gold leaf colours, but we'll work that out as and when the race gets underway. So there's 4 cars running in that relay class, or 4 teams running, I should say, in the relay class. They each have 3 cars each, except for the number 88 team, which has 4 cars to choose from. So they should be able to get to the finish with those 4 cars. But of course, the question is going to be how quickly they're going to be able to run during the race itself. Of course, the reliability factor isn't a factor for the relay teams, and that's why they are excluded from winning the Heroes Trophy and the Race of Remembrance overall. That has to come from one of the other classes A, B, C, D or E. Class A is split into 2. We have C1 as part 1 of Class A C1, which is for the Citroën C1 Racing Club. And then we have the ACC, which is for the City Car Cup cars. Just 2 cars running in that. Confusingly, one of them is a Citroën C1. The quicker one of those 2, though, is the rather interesting Toyota Aygo, which the Bliss family shares with Andrew Dyer, running with Team Tornado. Now, unfortunately for them, they were guilty of an offence in the qualifying session. Actually, it wasn't the qualifying session, was it? It was in the warm-up this morning. And No, it was in the qualifying, correct myself. It was in the qualifying last night when they committed an offence, and they've been demoted by 5 slots on the grid. Talking of the grid, the people up at the front, they're the ones we should start to talk about. Rob Boston Racing, winners of this race 2 years ago, the last time it was held. We weren't able to hold the race of remembrance in 2020 for all manner of reasons. But in 2019, the last time the race of remembrance was held, Rob Boston Racing were the winners, although in the end it was just a lap that separated them at the checkered flag. And Peter Mansfield and Rob Boston shared the driving between the two of them for the full 12 hours and came out the winners, and they'll be hoping to repeat that feat again here this weekend. I can hear a piper in the background and a drum, adding more festival atmosphere. There is a grid walkabout from now until about 10 to 3 when we'll be clearing the grid. And at that point... yes. Now I can hear Andrew down in the background there. Andrew Creighton. If I can invite you to join in, Andrew. Great to hear from you. You're down on the grid, I believe. Andrew Crichton, are you with us? Well, Andrew Crichton is down on the grid and does have a radio mic, so hopefully he'll be able to join us with some interviews, possibly from the people at the front row of the grid. But the front row of the grid is away to my left and maybe just out of range of the radio mic, which would be unfortunate, but such are the logistics of the thing. And if the radio mic doesn't actually reach that far, then we're going to have to do without it for that distance. So Rob Boston Racing then, I'm almost certain it's going to be Rob Boston who starts the car. I haven't received an official list of starting drivers, but there's only the two of them to choose from. Peter Mansfield, the other driver of the Rob Boston car, the number 19 Lotus Elise, as I say, a winner here 2 years ago. Alongside him, Lodge Sports Racing, Colin Gillespie sharing with Steve Cheetham and Stephen Daly in the Porsche Cayman, and they will be sharing the front row of the grid, having done a time in practice that was 2 seconds slower than the Rob Boston Lotus Elise. Now, I heard you briefly. I've got Andrew Crichton up with me now. I heard you briefly, Andrew, but you weren't able to come through clearly. So tell me again whatever it was you tried to tell me from down on the grid.
Well, we're just saying that we've got a grid of 53 cars down here, which is looking extremely impressive. We know that the chase for race places was pretty acute on the build-up to the race meeting. So popular is the race of remembrance, and so dearly held in the motorsport fraternity, I think, these days. In full ceremonial style, Mission Motorsport pulling an ace out of the bag. We had the drummer and the piper making their way through the grid, and you can still hear the swirl of that in the background.
Yes, great to... we heard them briefly a moment ago, which was I knew that the radio mic was working. They're now not piping the haggis in, but piping themselves off the grid. And a great addition, as you say. Mission Motorsport always pull something out of the hat and really do sweat their assets and really make things happen in a most impressive way. And they have done already. I mean, today has already seen us. We've had the biathlon of foolishness involving a very large grid, a very large group of people. I think there's probably more than 50, or certainly around 50 people taking part in the biathlon of foolishness. But you're right, Andrew. It is a full grid, 53 cars, a record for the Race of Remembrance. And it's good to see so many of them out there. I can't see any gaps on the grid. Although, having said that, there appears to be one just in front of me. But I think that's just a kind of figment of the imagination. I think it's just the way the cars have been packed that means that there is a gap there, but it's not a gap left by a car. It just happens to be that the car is not quite drawn up close to the one in front of it.
I think that's right, because if you look at the tail end of the grid, the left-hand side is slightly longer than the right-hand
So it
side.
is, yes.
So I think that accounts for the car space that we see behind the Morgan and ahead of that Mazda MX-5.
It will be a rolling start to get this underway. I've already described the Lotus and the Porsche sharing the front row. I say it will almost certainly be Rob Boston, and my suggestion would be that Colin Gillespie will be the driver of the number 15 Porsche, the Porsche Cayman, alongside it. Then on the second row of the grid, number 64 is the fastest of the Caterhams, and it should be, actually I'm lying, because that Caterham from the Solo 64 team suffered a penalty, didn't it? So the second row of the grid will actually be car number 117 taking that position, because the Solo 64 car was penalised 5 places on the grid for a yellow flag infringement yesterday during qualifying. So that's why it is not up at the front where you might have expected it to be. So instead of that, we've got the 117 Honda Civic on the inside of row 2. And then alongside that, no, let me get that right. That's number 117 is the Lotus Elise. And the next car back behind that, or alongside that, is David and Jason McInulty in the stubborn racing Honda Civic. So got a fine mixture up at the front there, Andrew, because you've got a Lotus and Porsche on the front row, and then a Lotus and a Honda Civic on the second row of the grid.
Well, Lotus and Porsche, that's an eclectic mix, isn't it, Phil? Because lots of trouble, usually serious in pole position. Metronomic Germanic reliability on the outside of the front row. What could possibly go wrong there? I suspect we're going to be in for some hot competition. Rob Boston, of course, been in and around touring cars and stuff like that. He's a luminary engineer of cars, preparer of cars over the years. And here he is right on the front row of the grid.
And notably, of course, defending champion. There not having been a race last year. So I think Rob must be feeling probably the pressure. But yes, reliability. As a former Lotus owner, it did have some trouble. Wasn't always serious.
As a Lotus owner myself.
Okay, current Lotus owner. Well,
Yeah,
there you go.
Current Lotus owner. Not one of these modern things.
Right.
Mine is slightly older than that.
Go on, tell me what it is.
A Lotus 61. So Formula Ford,
Oh,
1969.
right, yes, of course.
Emerson Fittipaldi era, that.
I was going to say, wasn't that the make of car that Tiffany Dell won in the famous Autosport competition?
He won a 69, which
Was
is
it?
a little later. The 61 was the weight shape thing, which, Emerson Fittipaldi probably was the most. John Miles as well, I think, raced a 61. So
Yes.
Gold Leaf Team Lotus colours in those days.
Indeed, and Emerson wasn't really in Formula Ford for very long, less than a season, as I recall.
Absolutely, yeah. Now we hark back. We should be
Dear,
looking
yes,
at the
we've got to be
race of
careful
remembrance, shouldn't we?
Got to be careful here, Andrew. Yes, we'll do that later on in the night. If we
Absolutely.
were going to go through the night, then that would certainly be a topic of conversation. Anyway, so yes, the Lotus is on pole, Porsche on the outside, it being a left-handed first corner here at Anglesey, target. A left-handed, I hate calling it turn 1, but the first corner is a left-hander, so the Lotus on the inside, the Porsche on the outside, and then on the second row of the grid, another Lotus, and then on the outside of the row, the Honda Civic of the Stubborn Racing Team. Then on the inside of row 3, that's where we find the 2 Caterhams, number 11, on the inside of row 3, and on the outside of row 3 is number 777. Actually, I'm getting my rows confused here. Row 3 is 88 and 777. 88 being the breakdancers. This is one of the relay Caterhams, and 777 is another Caterham, but a Caterham in Class D. So it's the car will run the full race, whereas the relay car will be changed between its 4 different team cars. We've got a car for Paul Herndon, a car for Darrell Cresswell, a car for Tim Steele, and another car for Harry Eyre. So they've got 4 cars all between them for car number 88. But the slightly quicker car than number 777. Then another Caterham, number 11. So Caterham's not at the front, maybe, but on the on the third row and on the fourth row, because the car to look out for, certainly, I think, Andrew, in the early stages, is going to be the number 64 car. And this is being driven, I'm going to guess again, but Giuseppe Fillet, very rapid Caterham driver, who was very quick in qualifying. At the end of qualifying yesterday afternoon, put in a very quick time, should have been third quickest on the grid, but was judged to have been a little bit too aggressive whilst the yellow flag was out. And so they nailed him. And rightly so, yellow flags are there to be obeyed. They nailed him by 5 grid positions. So otherwise we'd see Giuseppe Fillet up there on the second row of the grid, as opposed to where he's ended up, which is back there on the outside of row 4. But look out for number 64 in the early stages.
There's one or two luminary names on this grid, aren't there? Because looking back a bit further down the grid, the 66 car over there, it's one of the BMW 116 trophy style cars. Whether it's actually to trophy spec or not, I don't know. But I think we'll find Martin Short aboard that car.
We do indeed, yes. I mean, it's worth looking back through the grid because there are some luminaries on it. Martin Short, former Le Mans winner, Le Mans fourth place finisher at least, with his son Morgan. So the two of them sharing the car along with Craig Denham. But yes, look out for number 66. And the other notable thing about the number 66, I'm not sure if you had a chance to see it during the night qualifying, Andrew, but around where the roof rails are, they've been down to Halfords and they bought some bright LED lights. But these lights don't say the same colour. They change. So it's purple, it's yellow, it's green, it's blue, and now it's purple again. So watch out for that car once it gets dark. Fascinating to watch.
It's just camouflage. That's, that's the Mission Motorsport type thing, isn't it? Go for camouflage.
Yeah, so that's number 66, and look out for the BMW. Leading its class, I mean, we say it's a bit further down the grid, so it is. It will be starting, where is it on the grid? From the 16th row of the grid, but as I say, it's the fastest car in that BMW class. And as I say, I'm not quite sure who they'll put in the car at the start. Craig Denham, I don't know quite who the choice will be, but we'll find out once the IDs get put up on our screen. That is supposed to work. And as I say, we've got Martin and his elder son, Morgan. There is another M Short in the pipeline, but he's still at school. So Marcus Short, who is, as I say, younger brother of Morgan, is potentially going to be coming up through the ranks. Also, another driver.
Centre history unfolding in front of us then.
The long or short history, we'll have to see. Another driver which is always worth looking out for, Andrew, the 299 or the two Honda Civics, one running as 99, the other as 999. Ricky Coomber's team, RKC Motorsport. They're always very quick and worth looking out for.
Well, the Civics seem to be highly competitive in the way the 116s will be trailing one another round, no doubt. The Civics seem to be a well-matched sort of proposition as well, don't they? I think we have a bit of local interest in one of the Honda Civics, Harry Ormerod.
Yes, he is. He, in fact, during the warm-up session this morning, was, if not quickest, second quickest, I think, in the warm-up session this morning. So Harry Ormerod, certainly one to look out for.
Quick driver, very quick driver, developing well. He took his ARDS test with us here at Anglesey and relatively local. So he should know the circuit reasonably well. But this is an unfamiliar piece of kit for him, the Honda. He's been racing in the 116 trophy this year and increasingly competitive. And pretty much the sharp end of it, really.
Yeah, we've got still, 4 or 5 minutes to go before the start. 4 minutes before they're due to set off on their rolling lap. Andrew, just talk us through a lap of the Anglesey International GP circuit, because we talked about it briefly yesterday. Well, we talked about it this morning as well. It's a difficult circuit. It's got a fine mix of corners. Talk us around it.
Indeed it has, and a lot of the corners here, as you'll find with most circuits in the country, they're sort of reminiscent of something else. And when Richard Peacock designed the circuit some years ago, he really tried to incorporate it into it. Some of the corners that he'd really found favour with over the years of racing, because Richard, of course, used to race in domestic Formula 1 in a Tyrrell, and he knows his stuff, really. So when it came to designing the circuit here, he thought it'd be fun to try and incorporate some of the corners that he really had fun with over the years. And I must say, when you're talking round the circuit, target corner is deceptive. That's turn 1. Straightforward enough away from the start, but when you're on a flying lap, it changes in complexion slightly. A lot of people go hooling up to the corner, put the brakes on relatively assertively, and then creep round it. But actually, it's a corner very like Coppice Corner at Cadwell Park on its approach, because it's one of those that unwinds on you a little bit. You turn into it, you're going uphill to it, so the braking doesn't need to be so aggressive. Just a squeeze on the brakes as you're coming in. Slightly later turn, and then holding the car probably 2/3 of the way across the circuit, ready for the approach to banking. Banking modelled really on the Shell Oil's hairpin at Alton Park, so people coming here don't find it quite as unfamiliar as they might expect, because the line through there very similar to Shell Oil's. Depends what car you're driving as to exactly what line you take through it. Good overtaking opportunity, chance to get a slingshot out of the corner undercut on the way down into Church. Now Church is one for the brave within reason. The runoff area at Church is traditionally extremely boggy, and certainly somewhere you don't want to go in the winter. Not so bad in the summer, but in the winter the car tends to bog down, so you've got to be threading the eye of the needle a little bit going through Church. It's a brave corner. You've got to get the car into the apex and aim at the end of the exit curb to get a quick line out of it, and then it's flat chat down through School Corner. The fastest part of the circuit is on the climb up to Rocket Inn, which of course is followed by the slowest corner on the circuit, which means fairly assertive braking up there. But again, the uphill slope doing a lot of the braking for you. So the turn in to Rocket Inn, where the apex of the corner is entirely blind, is something that you build up to and gradually get acclimatized to. That's followed by the hairpin at Rocket Out. That's just one of those corners that frustrates the heck out of everybody. You feel you should attack that part of the circuit to get the car through it, but actually the harder you try, the slower you go. You then climb up the hill to Peel Corner, the right-hander over the brow of the hill, named after John Peel, the disc jockey. His father was based here during the war in the military. And as you come over the brow at Peel, you're then confronted by the Menai Strait, the Clean Peninsula, a wonderful scenery cast out in front of you, and you would be amazed how many drivers completely lose the plot there as they head down into Seaman's Corner, the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, out onto the Tom Price Straight. Fairly simple hairpin at the end, and then the long drag down to Bus Stop. Bus Stop being the most difficult corner on the circuit in many respects. The adverse camber sucks you into the curb on the exit. It doesn't give you a very quick exit if you are running the curb, and yet the drag across the line up to target again is very important to a quick lap time. So caution is the essence at Bus Stop, and when you get it wrong, the pit wall beckons.
Thank you for that. Great to hear an expert talk us around the track, around which the cars are now going on their formation lap behind the other car that we really should highlight. We hope we don't see too much of it, but if we do see a lot of it, then I suppose it's a nice car to look at. It's another Lotus Elise, but this is the third generation of Poppy car, and what a beautiful car it is, adorned with poppies, a lot of them hand applied by veterans and former servicemen, finding their feet again, and so really a work of some love and ardour for the people involved in that poppy car, and I can confirm it is a very good looking car indeed. Some of the poppies are fluorescent as well, so it looks absolutely the picture at the front of the field, leading them round. I'd like to take the opportunity as well to welcome listeners on the World Wide Web. If you're not here at Anglesey and able to join as well, RS1 is the next best thing. If you're listening on the various opportunities on YouTube where the live channel, the live stream is being channeled. The live channel is being streamed, and you can see pictures there. It'll get dark around 5 o'clock this afternoon, which is in a couple of hours' time, so make the most of the daylight hours while you've got them to have a look at this amazing 53 car field, making its way, as I say, at the moment around the formation lap, and then we'll be underway for 6 hours of racing today, a further 6 tomorrow. So the clock on the TSL timing screen will be counting down from 6 hours today, although it is a 12-hour race. We're splitting it into 2 at the moment, and then tomorrow we'll split it into a further 2 to get us around the Remembrance Day service. But the poppy car then leading them around, and as I say, wherever you're listening to us, you're very welcome, and hope that between us, Andrew and myself, will be able to bring you some of the flavour and the excitement of the 2021 Race of Remembrance. The poppy car has peeled off the circuit. It's come into the pit lane. The rest of the field, we await. They're coming down the long straight into the bus stop then for what's going to be a marvellous race of remembrance. Rob Boston with the Lotus Elise. On the outside of him is the Porsche Cayman with Colin Gillespie at the wheel. They're side by side. The engine notes rise, the lights go out, and we're underway for the race. The Caterhams behind on row 3 there, trying to make up moves, and in fact the pair of them managing to dive past the Honda Civic there of David Stubbs and make up position. So that was the 2 Caterhams, number 88, the relay car, and number 777 that were making up the ground, and they both got a much better start off the line as somebody else goes sideways there, going through target, manages to get it all going again. You just heard Andrew describing what a difficult corner target is. Well, it is a different prospect when you're suddenly arriving there, already doing 80 miles an hour off the rolling start. But at the front of the field, Rob Boston has already made a good getaway and is leading the way from Steve Cheetham in second place in the Porsche Cayman. David McAnulty it is who started the Able Care Lotus Elise, and it's Kyle Harmon at the wheel of the Honda Civic that got mugged by the 2 Caterhams. But I think we're going to see those 2 Caterhams, Harry Eyre in number 88 and Freddie Chiddicks in number 777, trying to put the pressure on the cars up ahead of them.
Well, the Lotus cars have certainly made a break away from this, Phil. The power to weight ratio perhaps favouring those lighter cars as they head up into the hairpin. The GT4 Cayman recognised as being fairly heavy. Porsche had to work fairly hard to get the weight down on that car to make it competitive, but the Lotus cars are ahead of it. I was reading up on that the other day. Plural of Lotus is Lotus.
Yes, just
so
like
Colin
Focus.
Chapman.
Quite so. I'll go along with that. No need to have an argument there. I know you're trying to start an argument, but I agree with you. Away it goes. And the Porsche, having started the race very well up, losing out there to another position just after it crossed the line and being overtaken by Freddie Chiddicks' paddle up Caterham. So the Porsche being demoted from the front row to 3rd place as it crossed the line, but now down to 4th place. So it's the Lotus leading the way then in a 1-2 with the 117 car in 2nd place, but the Porsche then losing out 3rd place. Fred Chiddicks in the number 777 car.
We've lost the car down here at
having,
the bus stop.
Made his way. Well, somebody just lost it coming into bus stop.
Just lost one of the C1s, outbraking itself fairly dramatically, and a plume of smoke down into the bus stop, but rejoins.
Yes, the plume of smoke still going. The car, the one that Nick Damon identified yesterday with "Go" written large upon its side, but it was very much a case of stop as the driver, as you described there, Andrew, did pretty much outbrake himself. Just trying to work out who is at the wheel of that number 69 Citroen. Might have been Matt Stringer. I'll have to get back to you on that as to who was actually at the wheel of the 69. There we go. Oh no, actually it was Brunning driving it at the time. Richard Brunning then the driver. 2 laps completed as they cross the line, and Freddie Chiddicks, a man on the move, trying to make up the position that he lost on the previous lap. So he gained it on this side of the circuit, lost it on the other side of the circuit. So Steve Cheetham and Freddie Chiddick's having a nice little battle there for third place. Behind the battle in fifth place is Kyle Harmon's Honda Civic, just settling down a little bit now after the frenetic start that we had. And then after him, it's Will Rossetti at the wheel of the Solo 64 Caterham, and Will not quite as quick as Giuseppe Fillet, so they're keeping their powder dry in these early stages of the race. It's Taylor O'Flanahan next up in seventh place, and he's made up ground in the last lap, now up 4 places to seventh place. In eighth place is car number 97, and that is Steve McCulley in eighth place. Ninth place is Harry Senior, and in 10th place, Harry Eyre.
Back down the field, Phil, right at the back, we had, starting pretty much last, maybe even from the pit lane, we had the John Earp Lotus Elise, the pale blue one, which is absolutely carving its way through the back markers at the moment, heading its way up towards Rocket Inn at the moment. That had a plethora of gearbox issues in testing and qualifying yesterday, but they managed to get it together, I think. And I think you were saying earlier that it achieved 36 laps or something trouble-free yesterday. Eventually,
yes, but you're absolutely right. It did suffer dreadfully on Thursday in the testing session they had. Friday morning, it didn't go out at all. It was being worked on. Friday afternoon was the day qualifying session. It went out, did half a lap and then ground to a halt. And I have to admit, at that point, I thought it was going to be pretty much curtains for the car. However, they got it sorted for night practice, and 36 laps were completed by the car in the night qualifying session. It was out for the warm-up this morning. Went well enough. It also sneaked out during the supercar demonstration. Whether it was supposed to or not, I'm not sure, but it sneaked out then. But fingers crossed, they'll be hoping that car remains reliable. But having had all the problems that it did, it had to start from the very back of the grid, and since then just been trying to carve up positions and make up places on the grid.
Well, John Earp, of course, has a history of involvement with Mission Motorsport and the Race of Remembrance. He was around very much, quite a crucial part of it right at the very beginning of the Race of Remembrance concept. And from the circuit point of view here, pretty important guy, because he flies the air ambulance out of Carnarvon, and without John Earp's resource, we'd be stuck with a lot of bike race meetings, because when they fall off, they do it with style, and that usually involves an air ambulance.
Yes, I mean, one of those jobs without which we couldn't go motor racing, but equally we would prefer to be without.
Absolutely, but that car now absolutely flying, so let's keep our fingers crossed with the gremlins are all out of it on Thursday.
Yeah, 52nd it started on the grid and has made its way up to 40th place already, so 13 cars it has gone past. There's a car stopped up against the pit wall, and I have a feeling it was number 100, the Stubborn Racing Honda Civic, but I'm not absolutely sure, and it's tucked so tightly up against the pit wall I can't actually see which one it is, because they've pulled right up to the left-hand side of the circuit, but I think it was the number 100 Honda Civic. I'd just like to bring into the programme, for we are a programme, we are broadcasting to the World Wide Web. James, be careful what you say. Anybody in the world can hear you, thanks to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. First time we've spoken to you on air, Race of Remembrance 2021, it's happening again. I mean, you must be so happy.
It's absolutely joyous to be back here in Anglesey, it really is, and we're celebrating it with such amazing weather. A fantastic support race that we very much enjoyed watching earlier, and a 53-car grid, which is unprecedented.
Your
Just
cup runneth
fabulous.
over, I can tell.
It really does, yeah. No, well, my cup was in the sea earlier, of course,
Yeah,
for the biathlon of foolishness. But it's just fantastic watching another race of remembrance start to play itself out as we're just watching the leaders now starting to come round and lap some of the other cars who are involved in their own battles. And you think we've got 12 hours of this to go at one of the finest circuits in the UK and in the world on a day like this, as you come around the top corner and you look across at Snowdon and the Irish Sea behind, it's unbeatable.
I may have missed something here, but you're not actually racing this year, are you?
No, you're absolutely right.
Is that the first time you've not been racing?
This will be the first time that I will do Race of Remembrance as a spectator, which is going to be really quite surreal.
Yes.
For me to kind of get my head around, really, as much as anything else. But I've done myself out of a job, so I'm just watching Lionel O'Connor in the Morgan Plus 4. It's a car that's on hand controls. He himself is an amputee. He first raced here at Race of Remembrance in of all things, a Honda CR-V that we built with Honda UK.
I remember that, yes.
And that was Lionel's race debut. Was here at Race of Remembrance, and as he's then stepped up, he's leading a team of 3 novices. So there's a novice cross on the back of the car, and it's Lionel, not me, in charge of it. And I step back and kind of let them go. So it's wonderful development till this race.
Well,
but I've done myself out of a job.
I was going to say, Mission Motorsport is all about encouraging others and in getting others to do what other people do, and you've achieved that, so congratulations and well done. I should tell you, in terms of the race, I know James doesn't like to think about this as a race, it's a remembrance service with some motor racing around, but we've got a safety car out at the moment. The Honda Civic, which was called up against the pit wall, to my knowledge, hasn't got going again. So we've got a safety car whilst we sort that out. And such is, because it's so early in the race, we haven't really sorted anybody out yet. So everybody is still out there. It's a very busy circuit. It's going to take a little while for the safety car to form up. But it does. It's a shame that we've got the safety car out this early, but it gives us just a further opportunity just to talk to James. James Cameron, I should say, is the CEO of Mission Motorsport. So any complaints, James Cameron, please.
Yeah,
the buck stops here. The safety car, we didn't want to see it, but it's lovely when we do. Tell us about it. This is a 3rd generation Lotus Elise, isn't it?
Absolutely. So, well, we first built a Mark IV MX-5 race car here for the race here in 2015, along with Mazda UK, and it was a team of wounded, injured and sick servicemen and women built what was the first Mark IV MX-5 race car in Europe. And that was in it was an art car design, and it was quite a stunning thing. And we managed then to do a second project with a Jaguar F-Type, and did the one on the side of the factory at Castle Bromwich that you can see from the M6. But had an SVR in that livery as well, which lit up. It was the most beautiful thing, with the words of the poem in Flanders Fields written through it. And again, designed and executed by a team of our beneficiaries. Some of those same beneficiaries who've done those last 2 projects have produced that 3rd generation poppy car, which was unveiled at Hethel at Lotus on Thursday for a remembrance service, as they're really kick-starting Lotus Cars' Armed Forces Engagement Programme, which is wonderful. But the car itself is stunning. So it's a Lotus Cup 430. So the ultimate extension of that Elise, classic body shape and all of the rest of it. Oh my God, it's a weapon, that thing. But it's in the most beautiful livery.
And it sounds the part as well, I have to say. It's been out for a look. It goes out just before every session, just to make sure the track is clear, and you can hear nothing else, even drowns out the seagulls. But it really does. I mean, I don't know what you've done to the exhaust, but it sounds beautiful.
It's got a proper titanium system on it, but it's underneath it's as it comes from the factory. Those things are an absolute weapon. It weighs less than 1.4 tons.
And where does it go from here?
Really good question. So we're not sure. So it will be, they finish Elise production completely, including the exige, by the end of this year. And that will be them stepping up now to make the new Emira, new factory building, new processes, revolutionising Lotus. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that, but it's resonated with such a big audience. And the joy of it is, so it has a poppy design that sort of falls from the front to the back, like the poppies cascaded out of the Tower of London. But each one, there are thousands on there that are hand applied, that were done by our beneficiaries. And the cars are kind of gunmetal colour that sort of becomes more red towards the back with these poppies. But if you light it up, and we'll see this in the dark, there are 635 individual poppies, which is the same as the number that have been lost through Iraq and Afghanistan over the last 20 years. Done by a team of beneficiaries, all of the design and the execution, and it means an enormous amount to them, but it's lovely seeing it resonate with other people as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's certainly, you've outdone yourself, and it's just a shame that the car doesn't have somewhere else to go somehow. If you're looking for someone just to look after it for you over the winter, I'll give you my postcode later on, and you can get it delivered. So
absolutely. Well, I brought it here at Grand Vitesse on Thursday, having made my way across the country, and it is quite a thing.
Yes, excellent. Well, it is out, unfortunately. As I say, we've had 7 laps elapsed of the race. The car that I amazingly did get right was the Stubborn Racing Honda Civic that ground to a halt literally up against the pit wall just after the start-finish straight. It's been given a tow to the inside of Target and has now disappeared behind the pit building, so I can't see it anymore. But from what I can tell, it should be pretty much out of harm's way, and therefore every reason to hope that the safety car can come in and we'll be able to get on with the racing once again. James, it's great to have you up here to join in. I've no doubt that you'll be bringing some of your beneficiaries up here Absolutely. To have a word, because as you've said, this is not just a motor race. It's not even a motor race. It's a event which brings the excitement of motorsport to people who have lost an awful lot from their lives. And as one who's gone through something not military related, but and I know what motorsport can do, and I know what you're doing is massive. So thank you very much.
No, absolute pleasure. And it of course, everybody thinks about sort of our audience, but it always really touches me when you see that remembrance service. That, yeah, there's the front rank who've gone and found medals and headdress and things like that, but it's just how impacted the wider audience, you know, as you've got 600 or 700 people coming together in the pit lane. And we don't often in the modern age get the opportunity to be truly silent, and to do that meaningfully with others on the falling notes of a bugle in the pit lane is something which is quite extraordinary, as we bring together the motorsport community with the armed forces community and celebrate the overlaps between each.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, James. And as I say, I've no doubt James will be bringing various people up here to join us on the commentary and to tell their stories as well, because behind every one of these veterans who is participating in the Race of the Remembrance, there is a story as well. The story on the circuit is that my anticipation that the safety car would be in this lap was slightly over-optimistic, and we're still running behind the safety car. We've got a slight blockage in the pit lane now as that Honda Civic is brought in. It was brought in the wrong way through the pit entrance, which seemed like a sensible thing to do, but it's now blocking the pit exit. So we've got one car in the pits, which is waiting to come out. First of all, it has to wait for the 4 minutes to elapse, and then it'll be able to go on. It's actually an Ambition Motorsport car that's waiting to get out of the pits, car number 69, which was the car that went spinning at the bus stop a few laps ago before the safety car came out. And so number 69 is waiting to go out of the pit lane and get on with things. Let's say Richard Brunning has now gone, and we'll be able to chase around and get on the tail of the safety car queue, and then we'll be able to get on with the racing. As we mentioned just before the safety car came out, the leader's already getting involved in the lapping of back markers, the leader being Rob Boston at the wheel of his Lotus Elise. The lead that he has is an artificial one because of the safety car, but he has a couple of cars separating him from the second place car, which is the Able Care Lotus, still a Lotus 1-2. Rob Boston from Jason McInulty first and second. Harry Senior is in third place in the relay Caterham. Then it's Fred Chiddicks in the paddle up Caterham, but a Heroes Caterham, that is to say a car that will be doing the race as a singleton entry rather than a relay. Then in fifth place, the Porsche Cayman that started on the outside of the front row of the grid, but Steve Cheetham getting elbowed back by those pesky Caterhams that have managed to squeeze through ahead of it. But the Porsche still going strong in fifth place. In sixth place is another Caterham, this the 71 Q6 Motorsport entry for for Taylor O'Flanagan. In number 71 is sixth. In seventh place is Steve McCulley with the Rocket Racing Caterham number 97. And now the safety car has pulled off, so Rob Boston needs no second asking and heads off on his way. And very close indeed there between Tracy O'Flanagan and Steve McCulley in 71 and 97. So, yeah, Taylor O'Flanagan and Steve McCulley nose to tail, side by side, in fact, as they cross the line, getting the racing underway again for 6th and 7th places. 8th place is Will Rossetti in the Solo 64 Caterham. 9th is number 88 Harry Eyre in the Relay Caterham. And in 10th place, Ricky Coomber at the wheel of the RKC Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, car number 99. In 10th place is the BS Motorsport Mazda MX-5. That is the leading Mazda, I do believe. Yes, it is. The leading Mazda then down in 11th place. Ben Short at the wheel of the BS Motorsport entry. Number 11 in 11th place. In 12th place, number 61 at the moment, the Oliver Smith Relay Caterham. In 13th place, Peter Mott with the Q6 Caterham number 70. In 14th place, Mark Simmons with the Honda Civic Type R number 999. And in 15th place is car number 59, Brad Philpott with the TWP Racing Mazda MX-5 from Class C. And in fact, he is the leader of Class C at the moment. Other class leaders just looking down for Class E. Yeah, it was, we talked about this when it was on the grid, the Shorts entry for Martin and Morgan Short. They elected between them, probably Martin and Morgan having a slightly longer lunch break, but it is Craig Denman who has gone out in the number 66 car, the BMW 116i, and that is leading the way in the class. So, welcome back to Andrew Crichton.
Thank you very much, Phil. A bit of circuit management duty there for a moment. Just recapping slightly from the race meeting that, or the race that we saw before the Race of Remembrance. We saw some hot competition in that with the Mazda MX-5s, didn't we?
We did indeed. Very exciting racing.
And once again, I think they're probably at it hammer and tongs. They tend to be in Mazdas. I can see a whole plethora of them down about 17th or 18th place. And one of those, luminary local name actually, Paul Sheard Autosport, with the 127 car. Paul Sheard has quite an involvement here one way or another, because he runs Mazda MX-5s in racing, but he also does a lot of rallying with them as well. And the circuit here features quite a lot of rallying, and Paul Sheard, big supporter of that sort of thing. We were just talking down in the pit garage, and Paul's saying, well, we also have a TCR car, but that really isn't in the spirit of Race of Remembrance. And I thought that was a very, very good comment, because the Race of Remembrance is all about sensible competition, bit of enjoyment, as well as some serious racing.
Yeah, it's interesting that you choose the spirit of the race of remembrance, because you're absolutely right. There is a certain type of car which is suited to the race. And one thing that I'm in a way glad to see is fewer cars in the entry for the relay class, because for me the race of the remembrance is an endurance race, and it's all about doing the race with just one car. If you've got two other cars back in the garage that you can rely on if mine breaks down,
Absolutely.
then that's not an endurance race, is it?
No, I couldn't agree more. And actually, the relay race is all about the Burkett, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes,
that's a relay race. That's
Yeah.
what relay racing's been about for
always
years.
was, always should
And
be.
the fact that the Race of Remembrance has got this unusual format with a parc fermé overnight makes a slightly different script, and I think sets it out to be a fairly unique event. And keeping that spirit alive is extremely important.
Yes, exactly. So, no, good to see Paul Sheard along, and I'm sure we'll see Mazdas further up. We don't currently have a Mazda in the top 10, would you believe? Now, I don't think that's going to be the situation come this time tomorrow, when the race will be just about finishing about this time tomorrow. Think of that. It's only a 12-hour race, as Andrew was just saying. We have the overnight parc fermé. It's not a complete parc fermé, though, is it, overnight? Because you are allowed to do some things to the car. You're not allowed to refuel it, and you're not allowed to change the tyres.
No, but you can keep it going.
Yes, you can do other maintenance work to it.
Absolutely.
Am I right in thinking that there was a consideration given to they would have to leave the driver strapped in overnight, or was that never seriously considered?
Only with bucket underneath. no, I think I think that was a good plan, but possibly steers slightly away from it.
Indeed, but the serious point to make behind that, though, is that the driver who finishes the race on Saturday night has to start the race again on Sunday morning. So you do have to consider that in terms of how you let your drivers sleep, for example.
Well, it certainly that certainly stops any celebratory action on Saturday night for that driver if they're leading, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So it's a 12-hour break. It's a 12-hour race, but it's a 12-hour break as well. So 9 o'clock this evening is when this portion of the race will finish, and 9 o'clock tomorrow morning is when we will restart things again. A slight break for the service of remembrance, and that's why it goes on until a little bit beyond 3 o'clock, which is when we started the race. First two cars have gone through and completed 13 laps apiece. Nothing to choose between their lap times. In fact, if anything, that time, Jason McInulty in the Able Care Lotus number 117, marginally quicker than Rob Boston's Lotus number 19. Rob has done the fastest lap of the race overall. That was done a couple of laps ago at 1:37.549. The car will go quicker than that, but I suspect with the full tank of fuel as he has, he'll be just taking things a little bit easy, not wanting to overstretch the car, and make sure that it lasts for its full tank of fuel, and then he'll be in to top up the fuel tanks and possibly, but not necessarily, hand the car over to Peter Mansfield, the co-driver of the car, and then we'll see whether or not Peter will be able to maintain the lead that has been built up so far by Rob Boston.
The Caterham aspect of this fascinates me really, because Caterham you wouldn't have thought to be a typical endurance car, but the Race of Remembrance really has made the Caterham an endurance car. I think that they really sort of came on stream with the idea of long distance events. The cars are light and nimble, perfectly suiting the circuit here at Anglesey, and they are always up there at the front. We saw a little bit of a battle going on in the previous race, but now we've got a whole plethora of Caterhams from third place backwards down to, they go back to seventh, don't they? So you've got 4 or 5 of them all vying for position out there and making this look like the Academy at its very best.
Certainly the Academy at its very best is very good, and yes, the Caterhams early on in this race are certainly taking the race. Of those, however, you described the Caterhams all the way down to 7th place. Two of them are relay team cars, so don't count in my book. Can't say that. Don't count. But two of them are the relay team cars. But what I like to see is the fact that there are teams who are prepared to say, no, the car can do it, provided we look after it. And so we'll try and run the race with the car doing the full 12 hours, which, as you say, is not the traditional thing that you'd expect from a Caterham. But if the car is up to it and it can be properly maintained during its pit stops, then there's no reason why they shouldn't.
And we just reversing back to the Mazda MX-5 one moment, and not labouring the point too much, but it's interesting to note that we've got several Mark III Mazdas out there, but it's a Mark I car, a really early car, which is actually highest in the race order at the moment, up in 11th place, BS Motorsport car. That's a Mazda MX-5 Mark I, Phil.
Yes, very good to see that car doing so well, and long may that continue. The other brand that we mustn't overlook are the Morgans, because they're down there round about the bottom of the top 20, but in 20th place is a Mission Motorsport entered Lionel O'Connor Morgan. We had James Cameron telling us about Lionel earlier on, or his exploits here in the race of remembrance. Well, running his team then, and he is the leading Morgan at the moment in 20th place, but in 21st place is the Morgan Motor Company entered Morgan, number 29, currently in the hands of Tony Hurst, and then there's another Morgan a bit further back, but good to see so many of the Morgans here. The other one, of course, to look out for, because that too, there's an older Morgan in the field. I'm going to go down and look for its number in a minute, but it's the one driven by Ian Payne and Paul Vokes, which is the older original Morgan rather than this latest one, which the Morgan Motor Company are running.
Yeah, well, the Morgan is such an iconic looking car and so unique in many ways, and not too far away from us really, down in Malvern, are they? And Morgan have always sort of been flirting around the idea of motor racing, as well as the classic car sort of approach. And of course, you cast your mind back a few years and the Morgan Aero 8 was a pretty competitive race car, GT Cup and things like that. I seem to remember that featuring in. But we've had a bit of interest actually in the circuit from Morgan. We a couple of years ago had the Morgan Club of Germany come over and do a track day with us on a tour of the UK, and ended up doing a regulatory run event here, which was really great fun and some lovely cars, I have to say. So real character in those Morgans.
Yes, and so that's good to know. My eyes have just been distracted by a stop and go penalty, which do you award a penalty or penalise a team by giving them a penalty? Cars 15 and 999 have both been called in for stop and go penalties. We don't know the reasons for that. 15 is the Porsche, isn't it? The Lodge Sports racing car, Steve Cheetham, that started at the front of the grid. 999 is one of the Ricky Coomber Motorsport Honda Civics, Mark Simmons. So don't know what they've done, but they've incurred the wrath of the race director and will be in very shortly for stop and go penalties.
Well, one of them in now. That looks like the 999 car.
Yeah, that's Mark Simmons.
So in for the stop go into the sin bin, as it were, down here in front of race control. Conveniently located, so you certainly cannot see it beneath the roof of radio control, race control.
No, if you're in race control itself, it's fine, because then you can see it.
Yeah, those canted windows make visibility of the pit lane pretty good. But here on in the race commentary, you're looking down at the roof over the clerks of the course rather than through them.
But anyway, so that's Mark Simmons taking his penalty, and he'll be cursing his luck because of that. Now, that other Morgan that I was talking about, is the number 65 car. The reason why it was taking me a while to find it, this is the Club Sport Morgan trad version, as it were. It did start, but it stopped on the first lap. So being shown on the timing screens right down at the bottom in 53rd spot on the screen, but as not having completed any laps. So not quite sure what happened. Maybe if and when you do take a trip into the pit lane, Andrew, you can just do a little bit of nosying around and seeing what's happened to the 65 car. By memory, it's almost beneath us. It's just that side of us from here.
We'll go and try this microphone down in the pit lane.
Certainly
again
at this end, it'll work, yeah. But no, if we can find that out, that will be useful as well, because particular favourite of mine, that car as well. And I understand, you were talking about Malvern not being so very far away, that the MD of Morgan Motor Company is expected at the Race of Remembrance this weekend. So, you're talking about the pull of the event. We were expecting to see, and I was hoping he might come up here and talk to us, the managing director of the Morgan Motor Company. So we'll see whether or not he's still willing to come.
Well, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? It's great to have the mark here, and to have the factory interest as well would be wonderful.
Absolutely. A new gearbox was called for on that car that went into the garage. So I wonder whether it's the gearbox that's playing up. Wouldn't be the first car to have gearbox problems. The other two cars just circulating. They just went through start-finish line pretty much nose to tail. Numbers 40 and 29, separated by nothing at all on the racetrack. And as a result of various cars pulling in ahead of it, yes, that was as a result of Mark Simmons' penalty, in fact, they've now moved up a place. So they're 19th, they're 18th and 19th now, the two Morgans. Lionel O'Connor, number 40, is 18th. Tony Hurst, number 19, is 19th.
Well, that was really interesting just then, the pit stop that went on, because the 999 car, if you recall, came in for a stop-go penalty, and on the illuminated board down here on the pit wall, it said 999 black flag. The 999 car has just been in, stopped momentarily, and went straight back out again. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Perhaps we'll go and research that in a minute.
That's a little bit more homework required. I'm tempted to suggest, my only speculation would be that there was something about the stop and go administratively that wasn't executed correctly, and they wanted to call him back in to get him to execute it correctly. The Porsche comes in now as well. He was the other one who was penalised for his stop and go, and so he can now set off again.
Well, maybe it wasn't quite long enough or something, but we'll try and find out.
We weren't told it was a stop and hold for any number of seconds. So, yes, I'm guessing, though, that you're right. It was probably that they asked him to stop for 10 seconds and he only stopped for 8 or something like that.
It's the origins of those penalties that we need to find out.
Yes, indeed. Right. OK, thank you for that, Andrew.
Good. Well, we're off and running. We'll go and find out a little bit about these penalties and see if our radio mic will work down in the pit lane.
Absolutely. I've got my headset on now, Andrew, so look forward to hearing from you talking down in the pit lane, and hopefully we can, whilst doing that, also conform to the COVID regulations that are in place for this event as well. So whatever you have to do, don't catch COVID down there.
No. I'll try and catch cars and drivers rather than COVID.
We'll stick to the protocols. That's the important thing. Right. So what are we down? We are 40 minutes or so into this race, 37 and a half minutes to be precise, into this 12-hour race, 6 hours of which will be held this afternoon, and the other 6 hours will be held tomorrow. The cloud cover is lifting. If you are one of those lucky listeners on the Radio Show Limited network of channels listening on RS1 across the world, then you might need to know a weather forecast. If you're listening on the loudspeakers, you won't need me to tell you that the cloud cover is lifting. There's a hint of sun away to the west, but it's heading rapidly towards the horizon. And we've probably got, at best, another hour and a half of daylight remaining to us. The Llyn Peninsula is coming more into sight as well, which is the mountains away to the south and west of here. And they make a lovely backdrop to the setting here at the Circuit of Anglesey. And as I say, the track itself does indeed lend itself to some of these beautiful vistas that are to be seen across this track. 20 laps have been completed in that opening salvo of 38 minutes, and Rob Boston continues to lead the race by a margin of 20 seconds now over the Lotus Elise of 117, but he has right behind him, very close battle to look out for, the Caterham of car number 71, Taylor O'Flanagan, and then a further, well, less than a second behind him is Harry Senior, and then just behind him is Steve McCulley, both in Caterhams, Harry Senior being in a relay car, number 28, and number 97 being Steve McCulley with the Rocket Racing Heroes Trophy entry. Here's Rob Boston now coming through to complete another lap, and as he does so, puts a lap of a lead onto the number 15 Porsche, which has had to come into the pits to take a penalty, but that means that the leader then has lapped everybody down to 13th place overall. 28, 97, 71 goes through nose to tail, and in fact 71, Taylor O'Flanagan loses out on that lap. So Harry Senior goes up a place to 3rd overall, Steve McCulley goes up a place to 4th overall, and Taylor O'Flanagan, I'm afraid, loses 2 places and drops to 5th on that lap. So racing continues, and along the back straight, the Caterhams are at it again, side by side through Church and School, and heading up the hill towards Rocket. They sort themselves out again, and I think O'Flanagan's got the place back, or at least one of the 2 places that he lost. I think he's managed to get back as they've headed up the hill into Rocket there. The Caterham, not having great aerodynamics. None of the cars in the Race of Remembrance have great aerodynamics, but the Caterhams, especially in one-make racing, absolutely suited to slipstreaming one another, and trying out a little bit of that as they came into the left-hander at Rocket on that lap. They turned down through the Corkscrew and Seaman, and then head up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin once again as Rob Boston crosses the line and puts 22 laps in the books. Here come the battling Caterhams down into bus stop now. There's so much traffic out there. 53 cars is pretty much optimum, I would say. 28.97 they go through, so that's another change as Harry Senior now takes over in 2nd place, getting himself ahead of... so what's happened to Jason McAnulty? He's been overtaken, that's what's happened. So Jason McAnulty in the Lotus, not quite lapping as quickly as those Caterhams. When the Caterhams team up together and go nose to tail, then their slipstreaming actually helps them, and they manage to get past the Lotus there. So Jason McAnulty back to 4th place from 2nd in this motor race, and the 2 Caterhams have made short work of it, in fact, and have disappeared off into the distance. Whether that was a mistake by McAnulty or whether he just lost out in the traffic, I'm not sure. But Jason McAnulty, their number 117, losing 2nd place on that lap and dropping back. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew.
Just triple nine car. Car conditions. The Porsche and the Honda, the record being out, which meant they come back. and the Honda Civic.
Okay, thank you for that, Andrew. I didn't get even a half of that, I'm afraid, but it was a test of the microphone down there in the pit lane, which it didn't quite seem as though the mic was able to handle. So, yeah, we heard some of that, Andrew, but not very much, I'm afraid. At least I knew you were talking about a Honda and a Porsche, but further than that I couldn't make out. So whether we can do any work to extend the range of the radio mic, I'm not sure. Not much that is at our disposal to work on. So yes, I'm not quite sure where Andrew was trying to broadcast to us from, but clearly it stretched the technology that the radio mic was willing to cooperate with. So meanwhile, let me tell you, Rob Boston has gone through. We're waiting for the second place battle to come through now. Here they come. So 97.28 ahead of 97 as it was before. Now, where's Jason McAnulty's Lotus? There he is, just ahead still of Taylor O'Flanagan. So behind Taylor O'Flanagan, not very far behind Taylor O'Flanagan, 777 is Fred Chiddicks. Next one through should be Harry Eyre, number 88 in another of the Caterhams. The number 88 Caterham Harry Eyre being the dark green version of this car. Don't be fooled later on when you see a different coloured 88 out there, because there's four of them altogether. Anyway, Harry goes through. There's Ricky Coomber next up. Then the next one through is the first of the Mazdas, now into 10th place. In fact, he was in 9th, but now pushed back to 10th place because he's just been overtaken by Will Rossetti in the number 64 Caterham. So Caterham's to the fore, but not to the front, because it's still a Lotus Elise leading the way. Lotus, Caterham, Caterham, Lotus, the top four. And then three Caterhams in 5th, 6th and 7th places. Honda Civic 8th, Caterham 9th, and the best of the Mazda MX-5s in 10th place. The Porsche Cayman, which started on the front row of the grid, but then fell back courtesy of a penalty, and quite frankly, through not being that quick, Steve Cheetham is in 14th place, car number 15. Then we get the fastest car in Class B, George Grant's Clapham North MOT entered car, number 169. He's the leader of Class B and is in 15th place overall. And then in 17th place overall, I should just say that he leads the class. That's worth looking out for, the battle for class honours in Class B between the Mark III and the Mark I. As Andrew pointed out earlier on, it was a surprise, pleasant one, to see the Mazda Mark I ahead of the Mazda Mark III, but the Mark III has now established itself in front. George Grant then in number 169 ahead of number 173, Brian Chandler. 177, Brian Chandler, I beg his pardon. And then the next one up after that is number 29, Tony Hurst, with the Morgan. He's in 17th place, ahead of the Paul Sheard Mazda MX-5, car number 127, which I haven't mentioned yet, and I'll put that correct, because number 127 currently in the hands of Adam Marchant Wincott, and Adam is the Chief Operating Officer of Mission Motorsport. So we were talking about how James Cameron had lost his drive. Well, Adam hasn't lost his. James is the Chief Executive Officer, and Adam the Chief Operating Officer of Mission Motorsport. is doing very well, thank you, and is leading the class as far as Class C is concerned. And Lionel O'Connor is next up in 19th place with the Mission Motorsport Morgan +4 car number 40. Not that far away from the first routine pit stops, and where we've had pit stops up until now, they've been of the penalty variety, so they haven't had a huge impact on matters. When we have proper pit stops, then pit stops which are not of the making of race control, then they have to be of 4 minutes duration. So we'll be standing by and waiting for those to start happening. Round about the 1 hour mark, I would expect, we'll start to get those happening. We've had 48 minutes of the race elapsed now. 49 minutes of the race elapsed, I should say. Waiting for the that battle which is continuing for second place. Second, third, fourth and fifth places to come through. 28 is the Caterham that signals it through. 28, about a second ahead of number 97. So they came through that time, 2 seconds separating them. Then 117 goes through. Jason McAnulty a further 6 seconds behind. And then Taylor O'Flanagan is just under a second behind him. So meanwhile, whilst the race leader, Rob Boston, extends his margin, the PT Motorsport Caterham, number 28, Harry Senior, as the fuel load lightens in that car, Harry puts in the fastest lap of the race for him, for that car. And, of course, that's one of the relay cars, so whatever Harry does, there he goes across the line now. Oh no, that's the 88, that's the Harry Air as opposed to Harry Senior. Harry Air going through in 7th place with a 1:43.9 that time around. The lap just done by Harry Senior, a 1 minute 40.387. And into the pits comes a Mazda MX-5, and is that one of the leading cars? No, it's not. In fact, it's one of the less well-placed cars. In fact, 51st place overall, the last of their runners' cars still running, in fact, into the pits. Number 59 being the Mazda of the Traxion with TWP Racing Team. Brad Philpott bringing the car into the pits. Brad with good deal of racing experience, and he'll be disappointed because he's a racer. He'll be disappointed that the car is that far back. But what could be the first routine pit stop of the race then for Brad Philpott out of 51st place in the Mazda MX-5. And into the pits now, at very slow pace, comes the car which had all the problems yesterday. Number 5, the Lotus Elise from the John Earp team. This is for a penalty. Okay, so didn't see that penalty issued, but he's gone into the penalty box. And in fact, stop and go penalties now being shown on the screen for 96, 155 and 127. 96, 125 and 127. 127 was Adam Marchant Wilcott, so not quite sure what the COO has done wrong, but they've called him in.
Paul, whilst you're just having a quick pause there for a moment,
yes, Andrew.
Down here in garage number 2, the 65 Morgan is sitting here on the workshop floor. There's a lot of fevered activity going on, and we were talking about Morgans earlier on, and looking at this car really immaculately prepared, and the mechanics working 16 to the dozen. They've got a bit of a fuel issue, but the driver now getting back into the car, straps on, so I think we'll see the 65 car back out on the circuit again in a few minutes' time.
Well, that would be great if we do, and it was great to hear you, Andrew, loud and clear coming through in my headset. So that was a first-class report. So thank you for that, Andrew, loud and clear. As I say, let's hope that Morgan can get out, because it only got out and did a exploratory lap for the first time of asking, having had a gearbox problem. Had to send down to Malvern, apparently, and get them to open up the factory in order to get a gearbox delivered overnight, and they were keeping their fingers crossed that it was all going to go well, but they're certainly going to have to be dealing, by the time they get out, with very nearly an hour of a delay on the rest of the field. So let's just hope that once they do get the car out, that all will be well, or better at least, with the car. BS Motorsport in the pits with their Mazda MX-5. Ben Short, that is, coming in out of 16th place. And this will be hopefully a routine pit stop for him. Coming in to take penalties. Actually, it might be a penalty for Ben Short, but coming in for a penalty, 127. Let's have race control messages on here.
Well, there's a double bank going on here. Paul, you've got the MX-5 and another Mazda MX-5 by the look of it, the 127 car. Both serving their penalties here in the... I'm going to momentarily join you, or rejoin you in the commentary box, because Motorsport, the BRSCC administrator for doing a great job on health and safety. I've just pulled me up for not having a high-vis jacket on, so I'll have to come and find one of those. But it shows the attention to detail that goes on with Motorsport UK these days in just complying with all the requirements, and the eagle eyes spotting even the minor infringement.
But you, of all people, Andrew, really need to make sure that you conform to those instructions. So, yes, we have a high-vis jacket for you here. Well done to the BRSCC for spotting Andrew, even though he was incognito, trying to make himself invisible. So thanks for those reports, though. And, yes, let's hope that those cars that have been in to serve their stop-and-go penalties can get underway again. Now in, we have number 71. This is the first of the leading runners to come in, and this is for a fuel stop, confirmed from my left. And so number 71 then in the pits for fuel. This is Taylor O'Flanagan, and this is one of the... not relay cars. This is one of the proper cars, the Class D cars, and we'll see whether Taylor keeps behind the wheel of the car or whether he hands it over. Chris Skillicorn, Nick Timpson, Toby Boys, the co-drivers. Rob Boston staying out there for the moment. His lead, well, it's come down a little bit over the last 10 or 15 minutes. We're over an hour into the race now. And to say that gap first to second coming down to 29 seconds now. It was 35 not so very long ago. So Rob Boston, as his fuel load lightens, not going more quickly to the same extent as Harry Senior is in the Caterham, half a minute behind him. Harry putting 2 seconds between himself and Steve McCulley in the Rocket Racing Caterham. Jason McInulty behind with the Lotus Elise. Whatever lost him that place was a momentary glitch, and he's been going rapidly ever since that moment. And so Jason in the Lotus number 117, still happily there in 4th place. In 5th place is 777, the Fred Chiddicks paddle up Caterham. And in 6th place, number 88, the Relay Caterham of Harry Ayre. So the relay cars currently in 2nd and 6th places. their pit stops still have to be 4 minutes, even though they come in and effectively switch cars. They could be ready to go straight away, but the pit stop still has to be a timed 4 minutes. So one of the team has to be there with the stopwatch to make sure when they come in what time it is, and to make sure when they go out that that's 4 minutes later. And of course, anything you do which is over 4 minutes is just wasted time. Anything which is less than 4 minutes will incur a penalty. So that's an important job. In comes Morgan number 40, the Mission Motorsports car. This is Lionel O'Connor bringing his Morgan into the pits out of 17th place. That car doing nicely, although in the last couple of laps having been overtaken by Tony Hurst's Morgan. So the Morgans getting themselves up to 16th and 17th places overall, and Lionel O'Connor deciding to call it a day. And I'm assuming that's the car with the hand controls, remember, number 40, and a team of novices driving the car alongside Lionel. Frightening to think that the man who made his debut in this race, 2-3 years ago now, is now leading a team full of rookie drivers. John Hogan, Steve Binns and Linda Noble, the drivers of that number 40 car. So an hour having elapsed of the race. Let's give you a quick rundown of where you are. Those of you listening around the world on the World Wide Web and through Radio Show Limited's network of channels on RS1 like to have an hourly update, and so we'll do one of those for you with an hour of today's race elapsed and 5 hours still to go today. And another 6 hours tomorrow, so 11 out of the 12 hours still remaining of this race. We are indeed at early days. The race lead being held by number 19, Rob Boston, at the wheel of the Lotus Elise S2. He has a lead of 33 seconds now over the PT Motorsport relay team, being led at the moment by Harry Senior, car number 28. Third in the race, the Rocket Racing Caterham Steve McCulley, number 97. And then fourth, number 117, which is the AbleCare entered Lotus Elise, which Jason McInulty has been driven. And those three cars in second, third and fourth places separated by just 15 seconds. Less than 10 seconds behind them is the Paddle Up with Love Cars car, although that car has just come in for its first pit stop, number 777, Fred Chiddicks. In sixth place, also in the pits, having its first routine stop, the relay team being led by Harry Eyre of car number 88. In seventh place is Ricky Coomber with the number 99 Honda Civic, and he's in seventh. In eighth place is Will Rossetti's Solo 64, entered Caterham, number 64. In ninth place is number 70, the Q6 Motorsport 2, enter for Peter Mott in his Caterham. In 10th place is the number 34 car, and that's the first relay car to have had a change. No, it's not. It hasn't had a change yet. It was started by Michael Edwards, and it still is Michael Edwards in car number 34. As away goes number 66, that was 65, wasn't it? Going out there very wide. And that's the Morgan, which had a very late start. So a black and orange technical infringement flag for the number 65. And that happened just as I'd got to the bottom of the top 10. To let you know who is leading in the classes, the Class D is being led by the Rob Boston car, obviously, the race leader. The relay team class is being led by the second place car, car number 28. The leader of Class B is the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 of George Grant. The leader of Class C is being led by the ploughing ahead Mazda, number 16, which is Clive Bailey, and the leader of, that's the leader, Clive Bailey leading Class C. In Class E, well, it's still the track club car, the BMW 116i. Craig Denham leading the way in that class in 29th place overall. And then that just leaves us the two Class A's, Class ACC being led by Team Torpedo and the Toyota Aygo, car 578. And the ACC class, the Toyota Aygo, and the AC1 class then is being led by the CSC Racing Citroen C1, I should say, being driven by Rob Baker there, and he's just moved up to 38th place overall. So that's a little update as the cars had completed their first hour of running. We've now had an hour and 5 minutes pretty much of the race elapsed. And Rob Boston continues to lead. We wait for Harry Senior to come through in second place to tell you what the gap is first to second. Here he comes into the bus stop corner, completing the lap now and crossing the line with number 97 right on his tail. So Harry Senior and Steve McCulley absolutely nose to tail, separated by less than a second. In fact, only just over half a second. They're 35 seconds behind the leader, Rob Boston, but I'd say the two of them, the two Caterhams, circulating pretty much nose to tail. The Avelcare Lotus Elise will be the next one through, and he has number 71 right on his tail, but 71, having made a pit stop, is now being driven by Neil Timpson and is a lap behind, so don't be misled by that if you see the 17, the 117 and the 71 close together.
Paul, it's Andrew down here in the pit lane and just been up to garage 22 where one of the Mazdas is currently up on axle stands, and guys working feverishly on that. 59 because it's got a gearbox issue, so diving in and get
You came through loud and clear at the beginning of that report, Andrew, but then you suddenly faded away on me. So there are some communications difficulties between Andrew and myself, but where we can hear each other, then we'll be able to bring you further information. The number 65 Morgan, having managed to get itself out of the pits an hour late, seemingly running okay now, so let's hope that's not just a short-term thing, but a long-term thing that they'll be able to stay out for a little while. So the Morgan then starting right at the back of the field and only joining in after everybody else had gone, running last lap time 2 minutes 28, and interestingly now it's being shown as 3 laps completed, and so we'll very shortly be moving off 53rd and last, because the number 100 Honda Civic, which you'll remember brought out the first safety car when it stopped down on the start-finish straight, hasn't been seen again either. So the number 100 Honda Civic has ground to a halt and hasn't been seen again. in the pits at the moment, the 777 Fred Chiddicks Caterham. That seems to be a long pit stop to me. Of course, what this screen in front of me doesn't tell me is the difference between a proper pit stop and a stop and go penalty type of pit stop. But I think those who have been in thus far have, for the most part, been cars that have not yet, yes, the cars that have been penalised rather than cars that have made a routine 4-minute pit stop. Change to second place because Steve McCulley is now up into second place, car number 97. So McCulley up into second place ahead of Harry Senior. Harry Senior in car number 28. The two of them losing out to Rob Boston, who has just put in that car, the Lotus, the leading car, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. So as it's not gone dark yet, but the sun dipping down, I think it might just be below the horizon. Hard to tell because there's a little bit of cloud cover. Anyway, Rob Boston going through again. A 1:37.268 was his last lap, and a 1:39.260 the lap that he's just completed.
Well, I've been gabbling away down there, Paul, and sporadically getting reception, I think. We'll give it a go. We'll keep going. We'll try and find the ultimate position in the pit lane. But I was just watching the number 7, C1, doing a driver change down here. And there was some feverish activity from the crew changing wheels. And I didn't know C1s run on slicks.
They're supposed to be road-going tyres, aren't they?
Well, I think so. But you can tell the degree of attrition on the tyres, I suspect. But I've noticed a number of the C1s coming down into bus stop here, locking wheels. And I think that's the unloaded inside rear wheel when they're braking for this. So they must be on a pretty stiff setup one way or another. And you can see the trailing smoke. So maybe it was rear tyres rather than front that I was witnessing being changed just now.
Well, yes. I mean, certainly you'd expect the tyre wear to be not insignificant. And what started out as a road tyre will, quite quickly wear itself down to becoming what was looked like a slick. Thank you for your efforts down in the pit lane. We heard some of the reports better than the others. When you were down up at this end of the pit lane, we were hearing you clear as a bell. The main report that we didn't hear was when you were telling us about the penalty for the 999 Honda Civic, the 999 car, and the Porsche. They both had penalties, which you told us about, but I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Okay, well, the 999 car and the Porsche
15
came in to do a stop-go penalty. That was because of a safety car infringement. What we think is that they everything got a little bit muddled and there was a bit of overtaking or reshuffling going on under the safety car. So that was the reason for the initial penalty. The cars came in, served a stop-go penalty, went out again, and then at the top of the pit lane, there's a wristband tag. And you have to make sure that the wristband is tagged on that sensor as you go across the line. And what happened with both of those cars was that the tag didn't record. So they were then called in for under a black flag to make sure that tag had been registered.
Excellent. Okay, that's the other 80%. We could hear you say Porsche, we could hear you say Honda, we could hear you say penalty. It was all the words in between that we didn't get.
Yeah, not necessarily in that order.
No, there are at the end of the pit lane, I don't know if the live streamers caught this or not, but if not, then I'll tell you anyway. But at the end of the pit lane, there are two red lights, and the first red light turns to green and tells you that the pit lane exit is clear, that you're clear to go. The second light just goes out. It's a red light which goes out, and that informs you that your HU tag, which is the ID tag that Andrew was just referring to, tells you that that has been recorded, and that's the means by which we can then identify who is in the car at any one time. And there is a rule which says that no driver can stay behind the wheel for more than 3 hours in any period of 5. Now, if you're only a 2-driver team, as Rob Boston is, with Peter Mansfield, his co-driver, that does mean that you need to plan your hours pretty clearly, and to get them to combine with the fuel consumption of the car as well. So Rob Boston still out there at the wheel of number 19, still leading the way. He's done 41 laps in the not quite an hour and a quarter that we've been running so far, and he leads the race by just over 30 seconds. Although that may go up now because his nearest competition was the number 97 Rocket Racing Caterham, and that car has just come into the pits for what will be its first routine pit stop. And all pit stops, apart from those ones which are forced upon you by race control, all pit stops, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it must be 4 minutes long. So you're called into the pits, you have to spend 4 minutes there, during which time you can do whatever work you want to do on the car, whether that's refueling, changing tyres, possibly changing brakes, who knows, doing any remedial work rather than preventative work, and changing the driver, of course. Anyway, that has enabled the Jason McAnulty Lotus to get back into second place, as the Caterhams, well, quite frankly, they've just run out of fuel, so they need to come in and receive more of the motion lotion, and then they can get going again. So there will be a lot of chopping and changing around, and what we're interested to see is quite how far the Rob Boston Lotus is able to get on its tank full of fuel. So we'll be keeping an eye on that to see how far they get, and because that will be critical. Here comes Rob. Now he's coming up to the pit wall quite close this time. The light's not yet on Rob Boston's car, and it's getting gloomy enough that they're going to have to be put on fairly soon. Many of the cars are running with their headlights on already. It's not dark enough that you need the headlights to see where you're going, but it is dark enough that if you were driving on a country lane, you'd probably choose to switch your own headlights on just so that anybody else can see you. So Rob Boston then came close to the pit wall on that last lap, which makes me think that he may be choosing to come into the pits next time around, and he just wanted to wave at the crew to make sure that they knew he was coming in, and they'll no doubt have a fuel gauge on the Lotus, and that'll be able to tell him when he's due to come in. Here comes the other Lotus, the second place car, 117, coming into the pits now. Jason McAnulty, this is for a routine stop. So my prediction, Andrew, is that we're going to have both the leading Lotus in the pits at the same time.
That's going to be pretty interesting, Paul. The competition out on the circuit looking fairly intense anyway, isn't it? I noticed just now the 26 Caterham, I think on one of the relay teams, perhaps further down the order, was down here in the pit lane, and the pit crew giving it a push start. So I'm not quite sure what will be going on there. There's a couple of the other cars, 70, I can't quite see the number on the other one down here. They're in for a refuel, so there's a lot of activity going on here with the Caterhams.
Yes, and activity out on the track as well there, as one of the, I think it was the Morgan, number 29, got the car extremely sideways, but had two cars right behind him as he was doing so, and had to lock up, and there were two other cars. I thought there was going to be contact. There wasn't quite contact, but as I say, it was all initiated as the number 29 Morgan got the car completely out of shape coming through bus stop. You said earlier on, Andrew, that's the corner which is the most difficult corner on the circuit, and that was the one that very nearly saw contact happening as cars got very close together. I was wrong about the... sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Sorry, one of the Caterhams running up the hill just then, having something of an... Sorry, one of the Caterhams just now running wide on the Exeter Church and diving around in front of the Porsche on the way up to Rocket. That was an interesting moment.
Right, okay. Rob Boston foiled me there because he stayed out and has done another lap, is in the process of doing another lap at least. So Rob then, I thought was going to come in. That was why he came close to the pit wall, but he may have come close to the pit wall and they waved him on and said 2 more laps. So he's still on his way. Jason McAnulty is still in the pits. Ricky Coomber is still out there with the Honda Civic. Now, this is what we saw a couple of years ago. That Honda Civic can run very well on its fuel. So will be one of the longer runners, and as a result of that, will be able to stay out and possibly move up over the course of the race. Rob Boston's still out as well. So people who haven't yet made a pit stop. Rob Boston in the lead of the race. Ricky Coomber in the Honda Civic, number 99, in 3rd place, but that will soon be 2nd. Michael Edwards at the wheel of the ES Motorsport Relay Lotus Elise, number 34. Then Brian Chandler at the wheel of the class leading, this is from Class B, leading Mazda Maestro's car, the Mark 1 MX-5. And Brian Chandler then in car number 177 it is, isn't it? Yes, leading Class B, and he hasn't made a pit stop either, and as a result of that has moved up to 6th place overall. And then Tony Hurst with the number 29 Morgan, one that nearly caused all the trouble and fuss a moment ago. He is still out there as well, having not yet made a pit stop. 177 back out again now. 177 is the Mazda of Brian Chandler. He's still out. 117 is still in. So as darkness begins to fall, we had night qualifying yesterday, started at 5 o'clock in the evening, and at that time it was pretty much pitch black. It's not yet pitch black. We can still see across the sea to Ireland. We can still see across the circuit, but as I say, the amount of light available is dimming all the time. As into the pits this time comes one of the 2 Works Morgans. What a thrill it is to be able to have a Works Morgan in the race of remembrance. And I think it's number 29 that's come in. Yes, it is. That's Tony Hurst, who has come into the pits this time. Still Rob Boston staying out there with the race leading car. And still in the pits is Jason McAnulty in his Lotus, which remember was 2nd. And he is the leading car that is still in the pits, although now moving up the field is the number 15 Porsche, appears on the timing screen in 4th place, but that of course is due to the fact that that car, one pit stop that it's shown as being made was a penalty pit stop. That was a result of having to stop to serve a stop and go because of the yellow flag infringement that Andrew Crichton just described to us. So that car is moving up the field but still owes us a pit stop, in the sense that it owes us a proper refueling pit stop, whereas Rob Boston, quite clearly, having done an hour and 20 minutes now of this race, still needs to come in for a refueling pit stop as well. Boston goes through again. Still the light's not on that car, and still he's making the fuel last. So number 19 continuing to lead the way. Ricky Coomber's Honda Civic being shown now in 2nd place, as other cars ahead of him have pulled off into the pit lane for refueling. So we now have the situation where all the Caterhams don't go as far on their tank full of fuel as the other cars do. So the more sprint configured Caterhams having a smaller fuel tank, and this is where the tactics and strategy of this race become a bit plainer to see as to those cars which are still able to make them themselves able to go that little bit of extra margin. And of course, regardless of how far you go on your tank full of fuel, you still only have to make a 4-minute pit stop. So you're not penalised in that sense as you are in some other series, where by the longer you go on your tank of fuel, the longer your pit stop has to be. That doesn't apply here at the Race of Remembrance. The Able Care Lotus is still in the pits, car number 117, and that strikes me as being slightly longer than it ought to be. I can see it at the end of the pit lane now. Now he gets the green light, so away he goes. So 117 back out into the race, but having lost quite a lot of places whilst he was undergoing that pit stop. And I wonder, was that a full 4 minutes, or was that longer? That must have been longer than 4 minutes, surely. We'll see. Once the pit stops unwind, then we'll be able to check. One hour and 25 minutes of the race elapsed. And the number 66 BMW, we talked about this earlier on the roof rails, the flashing lights now going through their rotation of showing as many different colours as you can, please. 487 Citroen goes through a little bit closer to the pit wall than it probably ought to. Lights on message comes up from race control. So now if Rob Boston continues to circulate without putting his lights on, he's going to get pinged, because race control has now decreed that it's dark enough for the lights to be switched on, and I have to agree with them. The sun's setting away across the Western Ocean, and as I say, it's going to get dark for the remainder of the 6 hours which this part of the race has to play out. 4.5 hours still to remain. There's Rob Boston. No wonder he didn't want to turn the lights on before, because they are like the floodlights at Wembley Stadium. So Rob Boston then, very distinctive with the Lotus headlights ablaze there, and they really are ablaze. You don't want to be looking at those lights for too long without any kind of eye protection, and you certainly wouldn't want to be looking at those in your rear view mirror. But the speed that Rob Boston goes, probably the safest way. So he's crossed the line. He's done 48 laps now in the Lotus, and he leads the race by half a minute. Still Ricky Coomber staying out there as well in the RKC Motorsport Honda Civic. So cars which can go a long way on a tank full of fuel. Lotus, Honda Civic, Lotus, Porsche Cayman, Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 leading Class D, car 177. Brian Chandler has done 45 laps in his Mazda, leading Class B, and still hasn't made a pit stop, nor has the Mark III MX-5 of George Grant, also in Class B. So those two continuing to have their nose-to-tail battle, and it really is a great battle in Class B. Mustn't overlook that one. Brian Chandler and George Grant then, 177 and 169. Class B, half a second separating those two. George Grant just putting his personal best in on that last lap. So great racing as it goes dark here in Anglesey between the Mazdas in Class B. So Ricky Coomber then, still keeping the Honda Civic. It looks a bit of a large car compared to the Caterhams around it, but it's still going strongly. Going through again there, onto another lap then for Ricky Coomber. And, of course, the longer that Rob Boston can stay out in the Lotus, the longer that he's going to be able to extend his, or the further he's going to be able to extend his margin of lead. Into the pits comes the 999 car. This is Mark Simmons coming in, and this is for a proper pit stop. The screen tells us it's his second pit stop, but of course the first pit stop was a penalty for a stop and go. This is his first routine pit stop then for Mark Simmons, currently running in 11th place overall, and actually being shown as his third pit stop. And also coming in now is the number 5 Lotus already in, the number 17 BMW, second place car in Class E. Craig Denman still out in the leading car in Class E. So Track Club car number 66 still leads the way in Class E, the BMW class. Second in Class E, just making its first routine stop, the Royal Navy Royal Marines motorsport car, which is car number 17, making its first pit stop. And that is Seb Unwin at the wheel of the car, bringing it into the pits for what I would assume is a routine stop for that car. And number 65, the Trad Morgan Plus 4 Club Sport car, now up to 51st place, because not only is it ahead of the number 100 Honda Civic, but it's also moved ahead of the 59 Mazda. Brad Philpott, which came in a while ago, do you remember? And I said that that was probably one of the early routine pit stoppers. Well, no, it's not, because that car is still in the pits. So no doubt a problem for Brad Philpott and the Traxion, that's John Earp's team, with that Mazda MX-5. One and a half hours now elapsed in the race, and Rob Boston has a full lap of a lead on the rest of the field. Didn't expect that to happen quite as soon as it did. I expected him to get a lap ahead by the end of the first segment of the race, not by the end of the first hour, but it's been a great run. And we have a safety car again, the second safety car of the session. And if I move over here, then I'll be able to find out why it is. So what we can tell you is that there's a Caterham off on the way up to the banking, so up towards turn 2, if you have to call it that. And it looks like it's hit the barrier. Can't tell you which one it is, and that's all you can see. What you can see, that's where having the live stream is useful. There are some pictures of that available on the YouTube channel for the Race of Remembrance, and so that has brought out the second safety car, and is a highly lucky break for Rob Boston, because that's just when he wanted a safety car, really, because he'll be able to come into the pits now. He'll still have to execute a 4-minute pit stop, but of course with everybody else going slowly, that 4 minutes will seem a lot quicker than it would have done otherwise. Craig Denman brings the BMW in as well, so that's good news for the class-leading car in Class E, and this is the car that will be taken over, my guess would be by Morgan. Although Martin may say, no, I'll get in now, and Morgan can have it when it's properly dark. Morgan and Martin. Morgan is quicker than Martin, by Martin's own admission. But as I say, whether they'll put Morgan in next or wait till it's fully dark and let the old man's eyes get used to... but it's going to be dark by the time he's out of the car anyway, so it doesn't really make a whole heap of difference, I would say. But what we can be sure of is that probably probably it'll be one of the shorts getting into the car. Nearly everybody choosing this moment to come into the pits, and why wouldn't you, as I say, with the mandatory pit time not changing. Rob Boston is already in the pits, and you can be quite sure that they'll have nominated a man on the pit wall to time the car into the pits and out again. So if you wanted to write the script for Rob Boston, this is the way you would have written it, just discussing the tactics of the matter. But the man who has stayed out is Ricky Coomber. Do you think he wants the glory of leading this race for a lap? Because even if it is behind the safety car, it gives the safety car a problem, because the safety car will try and pick up the leader who's in the pits. So we may find the safety car waving cars past. Rescue units out on the circuit. If you can hear me on the pit wall, can you advise your driver accordingly? Because you need to know if there are rescue units on the circuit. The safety car, as I say, has been deployed. We're also deploying a medical car onto the circuit. But I think that's probably routine on the grounds that any time that a car hits a barrier, then we'll be
coming down the pit lane here.
Yes, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
The safety car.
Wherever you're standing, Andrew, is not good for our radio mic. No, so still not quite picking up Andrew Crichton down in the pits. Did we hear something then?
Okay, Paul, I wonder if
That's
we're
better.
picking up a bit of a signal down here.
That's better.
I'm down here by the Mission Motorsport Garage, so the 666 Morgan just about to rejoin the circuit, decorated in that poppy livery. Looking very smart indeed, and a bit of a refuel at the same time, I think. James Cameron was telling me to keep an eye on Lionel and his progress in the automatic Morgan, which was rushing up through the race order. You'll be able to pick up that from the timing screens, obviously. But the automatic car, and Lionel, relatively fresh to his racing career, I guess, is really turning the wick on the candle up. Or is that the right expression at this time of the evening?
It's a good expression, so use it, I would say. Thanks for that down in the pit lane, Andrew Crichton. And just had a message through with regard to the number 11 Mazda, which we were talking about earlier on. And thanks to Josh Barrett for keeping me informed as to what's going on. Not quite sure how long ago you sent that message, actually, but the BS Motorsport Mazda then number, which one is it? It's number 11, isn't it? Going so rapidly, is that it is a supercharged car rather than just being one of the normally aspirated ones. So that's the number 11 Mazda MX-5, only an MX-5 Mark 1, but as I say, nevertheless going very rapidly, although it's been in the pits for quite a while now, and as a result of that has fallen right the way down to 50th place out of the 53 starters. So problems for that car, not of its own making, but which have slipped it down the order somewhat. Safety car still out whilst the track is cleared up there at the banking, and I've got a feeling this may be a fairly long safety car period.
And Paul, down here in garage number 2, we got the 65 car, the second of those Morgans, back in the pit lane as well. They're busy changing wheels and tyres at the moment. There's a little bit of activity on the back, jack under the front. So just in order to get it off the ground, to get those wheels changed, and I'm sure they'll be back out on the circuit again very shortly.
Yeah, that's the number 65 Morgan. We certainly hope so, because it's only been out for 40 minutes, and I would have hoped it would stay out longer for that before needing further service. But they may just be using the fact that the safety car has come out, and it's a good opportunity to check things over if they've been working hard on the car. The safety car is staying out, and as I say, at the moment it's unclear quite how long we'll need the safety car for, but number of cars having made pit stops. Having completed his pit stop already, the Rob Boston car has changed drivers. It's now Peter Mansfield behind the wheel of the number 19 Lotus, and for the moment it has lost the lead of the race. First time that has happened, first change of lead, if you measure such things. So a change of lead in the 2021 Race of Remembrance, with 1 hour and 40 minutes of the race elapsed, as Ricky Coomber takes the lead of the race by virtue of not pitting, despite the fact that the safety car is out. And it may be Ricky Coomber's a canny lad. He'll thank me for saying that. That he's decided it's going to be a long safety car, and by staying out a little bit longer, he'll be able to get a bit more fuel in, still come in under safety car, but as I say, a little bit later in the safety car period rather than coming in straight away. We'll see. May just be didn't realise the safety car was out, didn't see the pit board, who knows. Anyway, Ricky Coomber then leading the race overall, but owing us a pit stop. In the pit, or now out again, having made his pit stop, Peter Mansfield at the wheel of the number 19 Rob Boston Lotus Elise. In third place, number 97, now the Caterham being driven by Andy Perry. So just to go back to what I was saying, Ricky Coomber leading the way, 1 hour and 40 minutes into this 12-hour endurance race of remembrance. Peter Mansfield at the wheel of the Rob Boston Lotus number 19 is second. Andy Perry at the wheel of the Caterham number 97 is third. In fourth place in the safety car queue and just going through at the moment is number 71, and that is another of the Caterhams, but not the Caterham that's in the relay class. It's a Heroes Caterham. Nick Timpson at the wheel of that car at the moment. And then next up, fifth and sixth, are two of the relay Caterhams, with number 88, now Tim Steele, in the yellow and silver car, leading from number 34, Bailey Edwards, in the Lotus Elise. So those are the two relay cars in fifth and sixth places overall. In seventh place is Giuseppe Fillet at the wheel now of the Solo 64 Caterham. So look for that car to make up some places once the safety car pulls off. In eighth place, number 55, is the Track Scotland Mini Cooper. That car, another one that's not yet made its pit stop, but leading Class B at the moment by virtue of not having yet made its pit stop. Andrew Kindness is at the wheel of the number 55 car. Adam Kindness, give him his correct Christian name. So Adam Kindness leading in Class B and in 8th place overall. In 9th place is another relay Caterham, this being Finlay Riddington at the wheel of number 61. And then in the Porsche number 15 that started this race from the front row of the grid is Stephen Daly. So that just rounds out the top 10 at the moment. Yeah, so lights on the cars around the circuit. Driving of the car. Now being shown in 2nd place, but that will turn into 1st place again because Ricky Coomber has got the yellow flashing light telling him he's out of fuel, flashing solidly now. So he's decided to bring in the Honda Civic. So he's had his moment of glory at the top of the leaderboard. Ricky Coomber will be able to tell his grandchildren he led the race of remembrance in 2021, and he's pleased to do that. And so he will have his moment in the sun at the top of the timing screen. And I'm delighted to say that I've been joined by a very important man, and Steve Morris from the Morgan Motor Company. I was told that you were going to be here, Steve, MD of the Morgan Motor Company. A name, a job title that you can take some pride in, I would think.
Yeah, very, very much so. Thank you. And yeah, it's obviously a privilege to be here and have the cars and be part of a fantastic event.
Yes, I mean, where did you hear about the Race of Remembrance? Because I mean, it's been running now for the 6th year. This is the 6th year it's been running, and you know, it's built up its reputation slowly. Where did you hear about it in the first place?
Well, we work obviously with James, and James comes to the factory, and with our Toby and James and our marketing team, James Cameron got involved. We've got involved with James, and obviously really pleased to support this and also take that further and try and employ some service people as well alongside that. Because
Mission Motorsport is a lot more than just a service charity for service veterans, isn't it? I mean, it's all about rehabilitation, retraining, recovering.
Yeah, very much so. And I think what's fantastic is to bring service people back into the factory and help us, and some of the skills and skill sets they bring to us is really helpful as well, and helps us, you know, in our daily activity building cars.
Certainly in terms of your activity, last night apparently there was a call made to the factory. Can we have another gearbox, please?
Yeah. Funny enough, I was just going out last night. Yeah, and we got a call to say we need a gearbox. So opened the factory up, got the gearbox, and lo and behold, then the poor chap coming down to get the gearbox got a puncture in his car.
Oh, that I didn't know.
So we also had to lend him a car to come back in as well. So, but I'm pleased to say I was just in the pits actually and watching the car go back out. So yeah, fantastic.
Just to say, on the racetrack, we've got a green flag, safety cars pulled in, so we're back to racing conditions. I'm with Steve Morris, MD of the Morgan Motor Company. Yeah, I mean, you've described a little bit about the involvement of Morgan. Would it be true to say, Steve, that the involvement is as much drawn by, I don't know, what can I say, charitable emotions to be out there and do something for our servicemen, as much as it is to promote the Morgan brand in the world of motorsport?
Yeah, I think it's like a lot of things in life. If you can get a win-win out of things, I think it's fantastic that not only from our corporate social responsibility as a company, but also that the skills that the people are bringing to us as well, and also then leading on to bigger and better things such as this today. So it's a big all-round effort by everybody.
I don't know how much you're allowed to answer this question, but obviously we've been through a dismal couple of years with the pandemic and things, but as a small independent British motor company, how have you weathered through the storm?
Well, I think for everybody it's been a really interesting, challenging 2 years, and just when you think you're getting out of it and back over it, and then of course we're all hit by the supply chain problems. But I think as with everything, you've got to try and stay strong, keep doing the job, and we've got 250 people at the factory, and obviously welcoming a lot of visitors as well, and building cars for a global market. So it's been tough, but it's been challenging, but pleased to say that we're coming out of it, and we're getting next challenge is the supply chain.
Is there a market for Morgans globally?
Yeah, very, very much so, and we pretty much sell cars globally. There are a few markets we can't get to through homologation, but we continue to build more cars, and we're just about to launch. We haven't announced the date yet, but the next three-wheeler, and then we've got further development going on the cars that are on the track today, which are the CX generation cars.
And is there any way at all that you can justify this as a research and development exercise, or is it purely for fun?
No, absolutely. It really is a really good part of research and development. Not only are we here supporting and privileged to be part of the Mission Motorsport event here, but also with things like the University of Wolverhampton that are running the race team, and then we've also got some privateers here as well supporting what we're doing. So it's very much a global effort for all of us, but we do use a lot of this to feed back into manufacturing and production.
And you mentioned University of Wolverhampton. I heard somebody telling me that the only reason you're using them is because they were students and they were cheap.
No, not at all. No, we it's something that we embarked on a few years ago, and it's part of. And in fact, we also send our trainees and graduates go through, so to also do motorsport degrees at Wolverhampton. And again, we've employed people post-grad into the business, and we've got a few people already in the business which has been an output of the effort together.
Okay, so where do we go from here? What else are you going to do? I mean, the Race of Remembrance is marvellous, and it's got its own reputation, but I was saying to one of the journalists earlier on, it's a bit of a cult thing. There's only a few people that know about it, and there's only a few people that really love it and follow it. Where do you go from here with motorsport and the Morgan Motor Company?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a long history in motorsport at
Indeed, yes.
varying degrees and levels, and it's like everything, you build on it, and the CX generation cars are out today. We'd like to see them. We obviously run in the Morgan Challenge, but we'd like to spread our wings and do a little bit more, and keep developing the cars and see what comes next.
Are we going to ever see a Morgan Poppy car? Has James talked to you about that concept?
Yeah. And funny enough, I was looking at the Lotus Poppy car and saw all the social feeds and media on that, and looks fantastic. Love to do it. Working more and more with James and the team, and we're really excited about that.
Right, I'll get you to sign this piece of paper here. That's the contract for the next Poppy car. Well done. Steve Morris, thank you very much for coming up and joining us. You're going to stay up until 9 o'clock tonight and see how you get on?
Yeah, we certainly are, and I'll be back tomorrow as well, so yeah, fantastic.
And you're going to get that trad car running cleanly as well, because the older Morgan there, which is not your company factory car, I know, but I know there is, that was the car that you needed the gearbox for, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was one of the privateers. That's out now, that's got back out. The gearbox solved. I think they had a fuel issue. They've solved that, they're back out in that, and we've also got another privateer car running with John Richards as well,
yeah,
which is popping up, so that's all good.
Good, so you're staying through, and then bright and early you're going to have to be up again for the 9 o'clock start tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
Good, okay, Steve Morris, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, thanks.
Great, thank you for joining us. So, having just got rid of Steve, and I got a note on my screen saying the safety car is back out again, but I think that's a glitch on the timing screen, which isn't telling me that correctly. So the safety car has gone in, and we do have a green flag racetrack. So I'm not quite sure why the timing screen was telling me that. So back to green flag racing. As I say, having had his pit stop, number 99, Ricky Coomber, has got out of the car. Harry Ormerod has got into the car, and he's been able to maintain second place through staying out so long. So good work there by Ricky Coomber, and good for local man Harry Ormerod, which I know, Andrew, you were very fond of Harry, saying he's a local man. I hadn't realised quite how close to Anglesey he comes from.
Oh yeah, from Llandudno.
Right.
So almost on the doorstep, pretty much. And Harry and his father Peter, they've done a lot of track days and stuff here. They actually created a charity track day for the Hope House charity, which is for children, and a hospice for children. And those days proved to be very successful. We had a number of mainline dealers supporting it with exotic cars, and putting people into cars to try, and very much as you did with Supercar Saturday today, but whole day, and they proved to be very successful, and hopefully produce a bit of revenue for the charity as well as people having a load of fun. So Ormerod's very well connected to the circuit, and Harry, a driver to watch for in the future, I think, because young enough to get into a GT car perhaps ultimately, and I could imagine he's fairly placid sort of approach to things. You can imagine actually being pretty good in the right car at the right time. Interesting,
because I've only just got to know you, but when you say, he's got the right attitude, the right character for an endurance racer, you're coming from the same kind of background as I am, where there are certain mentalities, certain personalities is probably the word I'm looking for, which just slot into endurance racing better than others are. And, so Harry's a name that I should be looking out for, is it?
Yeah, I think the excitable drivers tend to go into the sprint racing. The slightly more measured drivers tend to go into endurance. And getting a metronomic sort of routine into your driving style is really important for endurance racing. If you can lap within a couple of tenths of a second of yourself, lap after lap, you're going to do pretty well in this sort of thing. If you can set a blindingly fast lap, be very quick, and recognised as a quick driver, but it's no good if the next 3 laps are really slow, is it?
Absolutely. No, we speak with one mind, so no, pleased to hear it. So we've got Harry in the Honda Civic then. He's in second place at the moment, having taken the car over from Ricky Coomber. He is a lap behind, however, but nevertheless, the advantage, swings and roundabouts. The safety car really did play into the hands of Rob Boston, because he was able to come in whilst the safety car was out. Ricky Coomber did pretty much the same thing. That's why he's moved up the list. And then those Caterhams, which have a smaller fuel tank, weren't able to go so far. They'd already done their pit stop when the safety car came out, so they got hit by the full effect of the safety car. And so the Caterhams, which were in second place, third place, fourth place, are now sitting down in third, fourth and fifth places. And then the relay Lotus Elise team is now in sixth place. That's the number 34 car, which Bailey Edwards has now taken over from his father, Michael. It is a father and son team, isn't it? The Edwards team. And so Bailey, the son, takes over in the number 34, with the number 34, with his version of that car, because they're running it as a relay team. Next up in seventh is Giuseppe Fillet with the Solo 64 Caterham. He's in seventh place. In eighth place is Finn Riddington with the Caterham number 61, another of the relay runners. In ninth place is the Porsche Cayman, which Steve Daly is now running with. And just to round out the top 10, just under, just as we come up to the top of another hour, is number 55, now leading in Class B, the Adam Kindness-driven Track Scotland Mini Cooper, very distinctive, especially now it's gone dark with the lights around the door frame of that car. Right, we've now been having given the military personnel their due. We've been joined by another member of the military, but not the Army. We've got the Air Force represented here now. Chris Slater, welcome to Anglesey. Welcome to the Race of Remembrance. Is this your first time here? First question.
Thank you very much. No, this is the fourth time we've done this race. We last ran in 2019. We're running a single BMW, and this is the first time we've done it with two BMWs, and it's also the first time that the Air Force have run identical cars against the other two services. So the Navy are running in car 17, and then the Royal Engineers team are running a black one in 305.
And be honest, it's only the Navy and the Army you're interested in, really, isn't it? You're not interested in beating the other class in the BMW class.
No, absolutely. We race together all year, but normally in multi-class sprint racing, and we run against each other at the Birkett as an inter-services competition, which we were always quite successful in. We won overall on handicap, and the Army were close behind, top five.
The important word is behind, Chris.
Yeah, behind, absolutely. Well, they did finish this time, which was good for them.
Even better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really good to get different drivers out in a car. In the cars, we're running 4 in each car. Car 9 that's out there at the moment has got a young man in called James King. He's about 15 minutes into his first ever race. So this is his first race. So he's one of the ones responsible for the novice cross.
Right.
And he's joined our team this year, having transferred over from esports. He's been doing esports at a fairly reasonable level,
right?
Quite successful, and running in organised competitions with teams.
And do you find that helps esports? Because the number of people around here who, I mean, it's impossible not to be aware of esports, and I wonder how much it helps. But just the hand-eye coordination, everything, it does help, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The hardest thing that we get for putting physical drivers into sim racing is getting them to detune their yaw sensor from when they're driving a real car to then listening to sort of simulators telling them with the noises from the tyres or feeling some feedback through the wheels to understand what the simulated car's doing. But then to put a sim racer into a car, they generally know the circuits, and they're able to multitask as well. So James is quite a good person to sit next to and instruct, because when people race on sims, they pretty much talk to each other while they're doing it, the guys that they're racing against. During the early part of this year, we ran a full championship with representatives from all the services. There's a few veterans running it as well, and we did that with British Forces Broadcasting Service, who streamed it out, and we managed to get loads of engagement, and that was good for all three teams, because we've now got people that weren't really aware of what we're doing with actual racing, and they've been coming along to events and been getting involved, and it's just really good.
Are you, through being in the RAF motorsports world, involved as well in mission motorsport and the aims and objectives of what they're doing, or are you pretty much focused on what the RAF motorsports team is doing?
So we mainly compete with a bulk of drivers in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which a couple of us organise, and we run all over the country with that on a 750 Motor Club calendar. But we do events with Mission Motorsport wherever we can. We've supported some of their days at circuits. The good thing about us is our drivers and cars are scattered all over the country, from Elgin down to Oxford and Hampshire. So whenever there's something going on, we're able to take a car along if we've got people that are free.
And this presumably, I mean, we've talked now in a couple of 4 or 5 minutes about motorsport. You actually work for the RAF, so that's your job, is in the RAF. What do you do for the RAF?
So I'm an ICT manager in the Air Force. I'm working on a project team at the moment, delivering change on communications. But with 2 RAF teams, we've got 25 people here this weekend, 8 drivers, and then the rest of support. we've got a chef, so an Air Force chef, which he does for a living, and he's looking after the team. We've got a photographer, Beth, out there at the moment, taking photos. She's from Royal Air Force Valley. Her job is as a photographer, as a prime trade, and she's working with a chap called Will doing our media. So they're working a media plan that we're doing in the tent behind the garage. We've got a chap who's brought some satellite communications just in case the 4G signal wasn't strong enough, and then we've got people that are engineering the cars but aren't necessarily engineers,
Right.
as a primary role in the Air Force.
Yeah. So it's a mixed old bunch of people. Have you always had an interest in motorsport, or did that come kind of later through the involvement with the RAF? Have you been interested in motorsport from a young age?
Yeah, so I never did any karting when I was younger, and I started doing track days.
Okay.
I started doing track days. Did my first one in 2002, and I did that to try and calm down my want for speed on the road. And then I used to go to Nürburgring, spend quite a bit of time over
Oh right, yeah.
And my first race was in the inaugural track day trophy at Brands Hatch in 2010.
Okay.
And I lined up alongside Jim on the grid in his first race as well.
Oh really? Right.
Sadly, I didn't quite finish as far up the field as what Jim did, but I put that down to having a 2 litre and he had a 3.5 litre.
Well, it's probably better than saying anything to do with skill.
Jim doesn't have any skill.
Good. So, how's it going at the moment? I haven't actually seen where the RAF cars are placed at the moment.
We've got car 9 that's running ahead of car 18. For the first 55 minutes, they were never separated by more than 2 or 3 seconds on track, which was really good. They swapped places a few times, but unfortunately, at the end of Ollie Wayne's stint, Ollie Wayne's races in the KTEC Clio Championship. This is his first time out in the 1 Series. Unfortunately, it broke a rear track control arm, and we managed to pull it in just before he got a black and orange. But we had a problem with the other car yesterday that did an arm on the front, did a bush, and we owe a huge thank you to the team from Track Club who bailed us out 2 days running to loan of parts, and
Right.
And we're really grateful for that.
Yeah, because Track Club are also running a BMW just up with the Short father and son team.
Yeah, just a couple of garages down. So we're really grateful to Steve and the guys over there because they've got us out of a bit of bother.
Good. So long way to go though. The gap between yourself and the Navy, well, you're currently just a lap behind. So you've got a long way to go. It's a 12-hour race. That's what you keep telling yourself. Wherever you finish tonight, you're going to keep going.
Yeah, I mean the Navy they've been running their car. I helped them here in a 116 trophy race in August, and they got a top 5, which was good. The car's pretty much identical to ours. It came from the same car builder, but they've fielded an experienced team, and yeah, they're doing really well. But we looked out on the safety car, on the first safety car, because they picked up a couple of cars, and unfortunately for us, Rob Boston was in between us and the Navy.
Okay, so you got a lap.
So the Navy got let by the safety car on that first period. So with car 9, we're kind of struggling, but we're a little bit off their pace anyway. I think we're a couple of seconds down.
Yeah.
But the guys are doing really well.
Good. And what's next for you on Monday morning? Back to work on Monday morning, is it? Or are you still packing up on Monday?
We are packing up tomorrow night. We're all accommodated at RAF Valley. RAF Valley have been great hosts to us.
I've stayed there myself. I know what it's like.
Yeah, so we're scattered across a few different places, filling their accommodation up. They've been great hosts. We had a game of bowling on Thursday night when we arrived, and then we'll get a bit of a reset after the race and drive back to our home bases, which is all over the UK. So we've got 4 guys that have come down from RAF Lossiemouth. We've got people from RAF Benson. There's a couple of us from RAF High Wycombe and Waddington. odium were kind of scattered all over the place. So yeah, back to proper work on Tuesday.
And do you ever get to fly in a plane?
Only when I go somewhere.
Yeah, like the rest of us.
Yes.
So you haven't been in a plane presumably throughout the pandemic, or have you managed? No.
No, I've not been anywhere recently.
For anyone who can't see Chris's face, there's genuinely feeling of regret there.
No, I've not been anywhere recently. Different trades have different turnaround times going away, and my time's not come around yet.
No, never mind. Okay, Chris, thanks for talking to us. Nice to hear from you. Keep going. That's the important thing about the race of remembrance. Remember, it's not all over until, about 3:30 on Sunday afternoon. So very best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks very much for having me.
Great.
Event.
Thank you, Chris. So Chris Slater then. It's all right, I'll do that. From the RAF Motorsports Association. And he certainly will be making sure and doing whatever he's bit for the Royal Air Force team. Currently running fourth in the E class, the BMW 116i class, separate class for the BMWs. They're running fourth. The Navy Marines are running in third place. Then it's CSC Racing running ahead of them with Seb Bezic in second place in the class. Still leading the BMW team is the Track Club car, which the timekeepers have unhelpfully reverted to showing as M Short rather than Martin or Morgan. So I'm not actually able to tell whether that's Martin or Morgan behind the wheel. Yesterday, the timekeepers updated that system, so I was able to tell you which Short it was. Might have to quickly pop down and ask them if they can import that little modification again, because I'm just being shown that as M Short at the moment, which could be any one of four. And in fact, apparently even Martin had an uncle called Morris, so there are many M Shorts. The important thing is that none of them are related to Ben Short, who is one of the drivers of the BS Motorsport supercharged Mazda. Right, we're back to green flag running. We've had over 2 hours of the race elapsed. In fact, getting on towards 2.25 hours of the race elapsed, which means another 3 hours and 40 minutes or so of racing tonight. And it's interesting, you turn away from the looking out of the window for a while I've been talking to some guests. And it is now pitch black, absolutely dark out there. And this is the sort of time where, as I was saying to Andrew Crichton a few moments ago, you absolutely need somebody who you can rely upon to just go out there, set the laps, go round and round, get into a groove, get into a rhythm, and just turn in the lap times. Peter Mansfield is doing exactly that in the number 19 Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. A 69 laps now completed for that car. He has 1 lap of an advantage on the next car up, which is still Harry Ormerod in the Ricky Coomber Motorsport entered Honda Civic. That Honda has 20 seconds of an advantage over Adam Perry with the Rocket Racing Caterham number 97. Did I say Adam Perry? I meant Andy Perry at the wheel of the number 97. Giuseppe Fillet is the next one up. Because into the pits has come Nick Timpson, and that is for a stop which I suppose could be his second scheduled stop, and so not quite sure of any other reason for that. Now a stop and go penalty for the race leader. That's not what we wanted to see. A stop and go penalty then for the race leader, car number 19, Peter Mansfield, has incurred the attention of the race director for some reason unknown to me, but that is a stop and go penalty, black flag to be shown to the number 19 car, race leader. I wonder if that was for some kind of offence under that last safety car, because I can only imagine that maybe Peter Mansfield got himself caught with the safety car. Remember, that car actually came into the pits whilst the safety car was out and rejoined, again, Peter Mansfield rejoined whilst the safety car was still out. So maybe Peter didn't quite follow one of the correct procedures. Anyway, he's been given a stop and go penalty for his trouble. And will have to be into the pits. Now, whether that will put him onto the same lap as the chasing group, we'll have to wait and see, because he hasn't taken it yet. So Mansfield leads, Ormerod second, Andy Perry with the Rocket Racing Caterham is third, another Caterham in Giuseppe Fillet's hand is fourth, a relay Caterham is fifth, that's number 61 Finley Riddington's car. The Porsche Cayman is now up into sixth place. That's the Lodge Sports Racing car. So Stephen Daly up into sixth now. Andy Kindness is in seventh place with the Track Scotland Mini, leading in Class B. Adam Kindness, I should say. Next up with the Track Scotland Mini. He's seventh now, so Class B cars moving up the field. The 117 Lotus was second. David McInulty is now behind the wheel. That was the car driven by Jason earlier on. David is now behind the wheel of that car, and it's 117 in 8th place, and then number 70 is in 9th place with the Q6 car being driven by Andrew Bergbaum, and then rounding out the top 10 is Paul Herndon with the relay car number 88 from the Breakdancers team. Andrew, welcome back.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. I feel I've abandoned you somewhat, but
not at all. You built me guests up. I always like having guests up.
We've been dealing with the issues like lights and.
Do you have to go around and turn the lights on as well?
Well, we do.
I know we do, but I know you're the circuit manager.
We have to put 50p in the meter and then we go, and hope that that'll last us the end of the race.
Well, tell us how many lights you've got. I mean, it's a useful thing. People will be interested to hear. Not everybody who's listening to us are at the circuit, so they will be wanting to know. There's no street lights around this part of Anglesey. It's one of those areas where you have, what do they call it, dark skies, yes. But you have put a few lights up overlooking the pit lane. Yeah. Where else?
Well, we have to go through a lighting plan with Motorsport UK,
right,
to be able to illuminate certain key areas of the circuit. In addition, we have to be able to show track edges as much as possible. And theoretically, within 60 metres of a corner, we have to be able to illuminate the glide path, as it were, so that people know where they're going. And traditionally that's been using those stick-on cobbles that you see on roadworks, which are quite bumpy if you hit them. And we had a big issue with them when we were running supercarts here on the Fun Cup weekend. Okay,
I remember you had them 2 years ago because they picked out the white lines, the curb edging lines, yeah.
Yeah, so we put these down, and we've used them for several years, but we had a particular issue with them when it came to the supercarts, because of course supercarts have a very low ground clearance, and the Fun Cup were qualifying in the dark on Friday. They were going to race into the dark on Saturday. The supercart's going to run on the Saturday morning and Sunday, so that meant some very rapid removal of cobbles and replacement, and we were trying all sorts of different ways of illuminating the thing in a similar vein. And ultimately we came up with a new scheme which seems to work really well, and that is to put little pegs down the side of the circuit, just about a foot back from the edge of the tarmac, with a reflective strip on. So instead of having a horizontal cobble, we actually have a vertical reflector which stands just a little bit above the grass level. And the first time we tried that and put a few in just to see what would happen, one windy evening, I was amazed at the difference.
Really? Yeah.
And they are so easy to put in, so easy to take up. We can change things around very quickly, and they last a lot longer because they're just off the tarmac. and those cobbles have got a sort of a gluey base to them, and you get cars running curbs and stuff, and of course they just flick the cobbles off.
Yeah.
They just don't. They're designed for vehicles travelling in straight lines for
Yeah.
roadworks,
Not
rather
sideways.
than getting a degree of lateral movement in the tyre across
Yeah.
it. So these things hopefully have proved to be a bit of a godsend, really.
Good, excellent. Well, it's interesting to hear. And the floodlighting that you have around the circuit, obviously you're lining up the pit lane, key corners, the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price Straight.
Yep.
Same thing at the banking?
No, not at the banking. No, we rely purely on the cobbles there. But we have to illuminate the pit lane, and we have to illuminate pit lane entry, pit lane exit.
And presumably for the
And
timekeepers who
the hairpin
need to be able to see as
obviously
well.
is absolutely in the dark, miles from anywhere. So that was an obvious place to put a bit of floodlighting, because a lot of cars are determining whether they're going to come back in the pit lane from there. So it sort of joins up the two areas.
Excellent. We've whilst we've been talking, we've kind of had our attention distracted by a couple of cars kind of wandering off the track, and it does take a little while. I mean, such is the intensity of the darkness here, that when a car does go off, it kind of takes you a little while to work out what it's done, where it's gone off. There's enough runoff, particularly looking across the way directly opposite the commentary box here, across to church and to school, where a car can be off the track for quite a long time as long as it doesn't get bogged down.
Absolutely. And they've done very well to get back on the track, actually, because it is pretty boggy out there. It's one notable factor about Anglesey Circuit, or Trackmon, is that this is a circuit with no gravel traps. And
Probably,
I can't
yeah.
actually think of another circuit in the UK without gravel traps, but this is one.
Yeah, the only place you could think of is any of those street circuits that might get built, which tend to get built without gravel traps. But no, where you've got grass runoff, and in a way it does the job exactly that it should, because it discourages you from going off, it endangers you from being bogged down, and discourages abuse of track limits.
Well, hopefully.
Most
of the time.
All you can do is discourage. You can never eliminate. But anyway, yes. So
Now, we have lurking in the background here Martin Short,
Martin,
Roll Centre ex Supremo, and general all-round superstar, and he's here with us at Anglesey. So let me hand over to Martin Short for you, Paul.
thanks, Andrew. Well,
That was some entrance, but it's not
that-
deserved. Crikey.
may not have been deserved. I mean, Martin, great to have you at the Race of Remembrance. Great to have you here. Thank you for popping up the stairs and saying hello. You've also answered the question, because the screen was telling me M Short again. So you told me it's Morgan who's out there. You've not been out yet then, have you?
No.
So should you not be standing by ready, just in case?
He's only been out, I think, 45 minutes. So if something happened, we'd just, we're not in that window yet, I don't think.
Right,
And
okay.
There's a maximum of 3 hours driving time, so
So
he's a young lad, he'll be fine.
So whatever Morgan does, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Leave him on his own, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
You were introduced there as Supremo of Roll Centre, but I think you put all that behind you now, haven't you?
Yeah, I closed the business in November, and I've sort of
It is November.
last year.
Last year, November.
Last year, November. Gosh.
So now you're what, a retired man?
Semi, yeah. I'm sort of dabbling in a few bits and pieces, but and interested in doing other things.
Well, a lot of people find retirement is the beginning of life part two. You can get on and you can do the things you've always wanted to do, but you never had time to do.
Can't do that until we've packed second son Marcus off to university.
Right. Once that is done,
Once that is done, so we've got another couple of years, 2.5 years before. Was it 1.5 years before he goes to uni?
right? Okay.
So,
Good. So let's talk about the Race of Remembrance. We've got listeners not just here at the circuit, but we're being live streamed. We're audible across the world. There's vision on the Race of Remembrance website, on a YouTube site. So
There's a half decent commentator apparently.
if only they could find him. But what brings you here?
I've obviously seen the race and over the years, and showed an interest in it. You know, what's going on, what's it all about. I'm actually ex-military myself.
I was going to say there is a military background
I did
in the
fire.
Short family, indeed.
Yeah, my father was 22 years as a fireman in the Air Force and in the regiment, and I was 5 years working on Tornadoes and Phantoms. Not very well. And so I have a military interest, and I had no plans to come and do it, and then a friend of mine who helped Morgan this year with the MGZS that Morgan was racing, he suggested, why don't you come and do Race of Remembrance, and we thrashed out a deal, and here we are, and it's certainly very interesting.
So has it, you know, the question you get on the little survey, has it met your expectations,
I
surpassed?
think it will tomorrow.
Right.
When, you know, we get to all the emotional stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment it's
It's just a race meeting.
just a race.
Yeah.
Although we went to the dinner last night at the Oyster Catcher,
Oh yeah.
and we had the pipes and the drums, and then speeches, and you know, it's starting to ramp up, and then the biathlon of foolishness, which I'm sure you witnessed.
I did.
Which was foolish.
Mhm.
With all these people running around in all sorts of costumes.
You
and
weren't amongst
jumping
them, were
into-
you?
I was not amongst them,
No.
but I took a lot of photographs.
Yeah, good.
That was good, but it all, you know, when you see a chap, there's images on stream a bit earlier in front of a Morgan with no legs, and he's doing the, you know, guiding the car in and out. It's like, okay, yeah, this is a bit different. And I took a photograph yesterday of a chap extracting himself out of a Morgan with no legs, and that all brings a lump to your throat. And you know, I think you introduced the race a bit earlier as that it's not a race; it's a meeting of, you know, people with life-changing situations. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we stop, because that will when it really sinks in, and I'm sure that I'll have a bigger lump in my throat and maybe some damp eyes.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, James Cameron always takes me to task because being a motor racing fan, I just get drawn into the race, and I want to know who's winning, and I want to know what's going on in the classes, and I want to know the tactics. And then James comes up and says, no, this is a remembrance service, which just has a motor race around it.
Yeah.
And between us, we have a bit of friendly banter about it, and I like to think it's all in good humour. But yeah, I mean, there are elements to this, and it affects different people in different ways. So I'll ask you the question again tomorrow after you've experienced the service and so on. Talking about the motor race, Morgan, number one son. You got Marcus in the background, not yet old enough to leave school, but
No.
has he got his driving license yet? He's
No.
16, he's still 16, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you're in danger of becoming a dynasty.
Or dynasty.
Well, I think I'm English.
It would be nice. The boys enjoy the racing. We all enjoy it. We go racing now.
You're a proud family,
Oh,
aren't you?
yeah,
And
extremely.
a proud dad. And
Yeah.
and Michelle gets involved as well. Is she up here with you?
Yeah, well, you know, Michelle came to my second ever race.
Yeah,
back
all
in
those years ago.
1987,
Yes.
And did the timing on the pit wall, and so now we do it with the boys, and I've been mechanicking and helping build cars and spending the pension fund when I don't really want to, but well, I do want to.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just we realised that there's a window of opportunity. We didn't do the karting thing, and I didn't know anything about karting, and I just hear too many bad stories about karting parents, and I've stood on the touchline as a football parent and looked at people around me going, why are we doing this? And I didn't want to do that with go-karting.
Yeah.
So the motor racing, you know, once they reach an age, then we can go and do it, and they're both, you know, very competent. Marcus did the C1 24-hour race with us, and him and Morgan were battling for fastest lap in the car, and they trounced their old man quite easily, and they continue to do so.
And you were telling me earlier on in the weekend, you're dusting the cobwebs off the Mosler. You're going racing with that.
Yeah, we got a black Mosler that I got back as part of my dabbling. We bought it back from Australia. I built it in 2008. It did FIA GT, and then went to Australia. And Craig Baird drove it, and he won his race. And I think it did a total of 2 races, and then it came back. I bought it back, and so we hadn't run in 12 odd years. So we sorted it out. Luke, who's my son-in-law, who runs Kendall Development, I basically handed everything, my business, over to him. And so he prepped the car, and we took it to Classic and Sports Car Club. They kindly let us go in. Don't think they quite realised, or I certainly didn't realise the level of the standard of speed, and so we ended up winning in a 40-minute race. We ended up winning by a minute, but it was nice because it was no pressure racing. It's not British GT, it's not GT Cup even, and it's not expensive. You know, if you do GT Cup, you can expect £5 before you even turn the wheel.
And as a pensioner, you have to count the pennies.
As a near pensioner. Well, I am a pensioner, you're right. I'm
Yeah.
on the pension.
Yeah, there you are.
You do, and suddenly,
Yeah.
when you haven't got an income.
But and the other thing we were talking about, you still own that beautiful Dallara, and we get the privilege and honour and joy of seeing it from time to time in various races that it's available and it's able to do. I mean, that's a great car. That must. We were talking about tugging at heartstrings. That must be one of your favourite cars of all time, surely.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I love the car. I love the sound it makes. Although when you're driving it, it's a completely different sound. You don't hear the exhaust note, and it's an amazing machine. And that's the car that I actually led Le Mans with, which was hard to believe now.
No, it's not. Keep that memory alive.
Yeah. But at some point that's got to go, because that's part of the pension fund, and that will allow me to enjoy doing more things with the lads.
Don't think about selling it. Keep it, Martin.
No, yeah. Well, we only live so long, as anybody stood here knows, and we've got a window of opportunity. So I'm looking for. I really love driving the Mosler. And when I drove it with Morgan the other day, I got back in it and it just felt like home. I always felt at my best in the Mosler. In the Dallara, I wasn't as good as the 2 drivers that were with me.
Right.
I was okay, but I wasn't.
Yeah, well, they were superstars.
They were
yeah.
superstars,
Yeah.
exactly, not me.
Yeah.
Whereas in a Mosler, I feel like I can pedal that.
Right. Okay.
So I'm looking forward to driving more Moslers.
Okay.
And doing that with the lads.
Okay, with the Track Club BMW, which is what we're doing this weekend, let's get back to talking about the here and now. You're leading a class at the moment, due to get in the car, and presumably from whenever you get in, you take it through till 9 o'clock tonight, is the plan?
I doubt I'll take it through till 9.
Okay.
I think Morgan's likely to be in about quarter past to 6:30.
It'll do an hour and 40 minutes on the tank?
Yeah, we think. Yeah, we might be able to nick it up a bit more.
Right.
So that naturally means I think that Craig's going to end up getting back in it, and I think that he'll end up doing the final stint.
Depends on safety cars and things, I suppose. And you're leading the class at the moment. Is that intending to go this whole way? I mean, the Track Club's on a good car.
Yeah, I'd have to say Stephen and his crew have mightily impressed me. I never realised that Stephen actually ran British GT cars and has been to Le Mans with Mike Pickup all the times that I was there.
I always, don't tell them, they may be listening, I don't know. I always call them Team Miserable because they always look so bloody miserable about it. But they do a good job, and ultimately that's what you need.
Well, we haven't found them miserable at all.
Good.
And as being a fairly critical person, I've just really enjoyed being with this crowd of guys. They're all really competent and switched on, and I've basically been able to keep my mouth shut, and I had a lie until 10 o'clock this morning, but I might
Perfect.
have a hangover.
Oh, right. Well, because of the oyster catcher, of course. Yes.
Yes. I've been really surprised at how quick the car is.
It's yeah.
And the level of prep on the car is absolutely excellent.
It is indeed.
They're doing a great job. So fingers crossed at the moment.
Last question,
Touching wood.
and I'll let you get off. Who was responsible for the lighting along the roof rails?
That was one of the boys with the multicoloured.
The multicoloured flashing.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it's white. Oh no, it's red. Oh no, it's green.
I think I personally would prefer it to be a fixed colour.
Exactly.
Because you've got to wait a few seconds.
Before
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so we'll just blame one of the lads.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you,
Thanks,
Martin.
Paul. Great
I
to
hope
see
it
you
goes
again.
well, and just keep going.
Just keep going. That's what
Yeah,
it's all
keep
about.
going round and round. Be boring.
Great to be here.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Thanks, mate.
See you again. Thank you very much, Martin Short there, leader of Le Mans once, finished fourth once, and has done pretty much everything there is in motorsport. Started his career in a martlet in 19-something, drove in Formula First, you name it, Martin's done it. Great to have him as part of the Race of Remembrance, and nice to welcome Morgan along as well. I'm sure if Martin chooses to come again next year, then who knows, we may see him with Marcus as well. He'll be 17 by then. Just to reiterate, the Class E, in which the BMW 116i runs, is being led by the Track Club car of Morgan Short, driving at the moment, 73 laps completed, ahead by quite a nifty little margin now. 72 laps completed for the second place car in Class E, which is the Royal Navy Marines Motorsport BMW number 17, and then third in Class E is the Royal Air Force BMW. So it's Track Club ahead of the Navy, Marines ahead of the Royal Air Force with car number 9. They're a further 2 laps behind, so gaps beginning to go up across the lower classes as the race develops. We're getting up towards the halfway mark of this evening's racing activity. The race, which started at 3 o'clock this afternoon, coming up just gone 5:30 now, so 3.5 hours just under still to go of this evening's racing. Peter Mansfield leading the way, but not by anywhere near as much as he was leading the race. Peter Mansfield, having had to come in and serve that stop-and-go penalty, the gap was down to about 30 seconds. Now, into the pits has come the car that was chasing him, the Rocket Racing Caterham, car number 97, in the hands of Andy Perry, and he is now in the pits for what should be a routine stop. So 97 in the pits, 99 therefore the Harry Ormerod Honda Civic will be able to take back second place. He was in second, remember, but then the Caterham overtook him, and the gap has gone out to a minute and some from second to third. And then from third to fourth, the gap is down to just 16 seconds between Harry Ormerod and Giuseppe Fillet at the wheel of the number 64, Solo 64 Caterham. And just looking at the lap times, I reckon that Giuseppe Fillet is closing now on the car ahead of him, on the Honda Civic, which goes back into second place, yes, as a result of the pit stop for the Rocket Racing Caterham. So the Rocket Racing car in the pits. Remember, every pit stop, apart from those that are demanded from race control as a stop and go, must be 4 minutes. So Harry Ormerod up to second. In third, up now comes Giuseppe Fillet with the Caterham. Into fourth place should come the Porsche Cayman. So the top 4 at that point will become Lotus, Honda, Caterham, Porsche. And then another Caterham in fifth. In sixth place is Andrew Bergbaum, car number 70. He's in the pits at the moment. Time for Caterham pit stops at the moment. Adam Kindness is next up, car number 55. and that's the Track Scotland Mini, which is still leading its class. So Adam Kindness in number 55, being shown in 7th, but as I say, with a pit stop in progress at the moment. David McAnulty is next up in the Lotus number 117. And so he has completed 80 laps compared to the 83 of the race leader, but is just over a second ahead of Chris Skillicorn with the number 71 Caterham just behind him. Peter Mansfield going through, completing another lap. Not a very quick lap in that last one. In fact, relatively slow one. Strikes me that Peter Mansfield either took a penalty or had a spin on that lap. He's been shown as having had 3 pit stops. One of those was a scheduled one of them was a penalty, but I can't explain the third one, so I wonder if there's a possibility that Peter Mansfield has taken 2 penalties for some reason that's not quite clear to me. Harry Ormerod then in second place. The Ricky Coomber team going very strongly with that Honda Civic, and Harry certainly a quick driver, and I say for whatever reason that last lap from the Rob Boston car was slow. I know not. Just need to refresh over here. So we'll have to keep an eye on these lap times for Rob Boston, because just a little bit concerned now at that last one having been a bit slower, and keeping an eye out of the commentary box window to see what's going on is becoming increasingly difficult as it is so dark out there and there's so little. There he goes. In fact, Rob Boston or Pete Mansfield going through now. Now that's a much more sensible lap time, 1 minute 49. So I think his last lap might have been through the pits, but a penalty rather than anything else. Harry Ormerod still 1 lap behind, and being chased by Giuseppe Fillet. Now, is Fillet lapping quickly enough? Yes, he certainly is. Fillet really on a charge at the moment, and that's one to keep an eye on. Number 64, Giuseppe Fillet, closing in on Harry Ormerod with the Honda Civic, and closing in at a rate of knots. The gap between them at the moment, less than 10 seconds. Look out for the 99 car. That's the 999. Too many nines on the side of his car. And we wait then for the 99 to go through and see how close Giuseppe Fillet is behind him. 64 being the Caterham. Through goes 97, one of the cars that was fairly high up the leaderboard but has since fallen back to 5th place. Don Henshaw at the wheel now of number 97. Putting in a decent lap time, 142.073 last time around. There goes 99 across the line. 146 for Harry Ormerod. Where's Fillet? Not quite sure, hasn't gone through. Yes, he has gone through because Peter Mansfield has gone through as well. So a 147 that time around for Peter Mansfield. Holds on to the lap lead, but it is only just 1 lap, no more than that. 3 abreast across the start-finish line. The intensity of this race proceeding at a pace, and retirements we have had but very few. Ian Payne is back in the pits with the PT Motorsport Morgan. We heard earlier on from Steve Morris, Managing Director of Morgan, and they've given that car a new gearbox, had a seal problem, then had a fuel problem, and now the car is back in the pits again. So not been the ideal weekend for Paul Vokes, who I don't think has even been out in that car. As I speak, he gets into the car and leaves the pits. So you talk about the curse of the commentator, that was a little bit better. So Paul Vokes just leaving the pit lane now and taking the Morgan number 65 out onto the track. Ollie Wayne, as we heard from the Royal Air Force, car number 18, stuck in the pits at the moment. Brad Philpott has been there for a while, but apart from that, we got 50 cars out of the 53 that started, still running very strongly indeed. Giuseppe Fillet into the pits. Oh, bother. I was looking forward to him possibly taking over in second place, but that's not going to be because the car into the pits, I suspect, out of fuel, because that's been a long run from Fillet. That's only the second pit stop for that car, having run for nearly 3 hours, so 2 hours and 44 minutes for Giuseppe Fillet, or 2 hours and 44 minutes of the race elapsed. Giuseppe Fillet having taken over the number 64 car from Will Rossetti, who started it, and now surely it'll be the turn of Lee Bristow to take over the driving duties of that car. So 64, once it's had its pit stop, driver change, 4 minutes elapsed, we'll see that car resuming the fray. Steve Daly is next up with the Porsche Cayman, car that started on the front row of the grid, had problems early on, then had to make an extra pit stop to serve a penalty that it was awarded because of a yellow or a safety car infringement, and Steve there just falling victim to the Rocket Racing Caterham, who's just passed it, number 97, up into fourth place now. That'll turn into third place with Fillet in the pits, and the honour of being the best of the Caterhams will go back to the number 97 car. So Don Henschel then moving back up the order, was in third place, might have even been second actually in the early stages of the race, then dropping back as the car required more pit stops. The Caterham's not going quite as far as the other cars do on their tankfuls of fuel. So it's Mansfield leading the way, let's say 2 3/4 hours now on the clock, and having had that one glitch where I think there must have been 2 penalties served by the Rob Boston car, and having served those, Peter Mansfield going very strongly indeed. So Lee Bristow it is who takes over the number 64 car. Question in my mind is whether he's done so in time to hang on to third place. I don't think he will, so I think next time around we'll see Don Henschel taking over third place in the 97 Rocket Racing car. So apologies for just being off air for a moment, just discussing a plan with Andrew Crichton, and we're going to try and dispatch him off and see what nuggets of information he can glean for us from up and down the pit lane. Certainly we're reaching that point in the race, Andrew, where the race may not be thrilling in the sense of being on your edge of the seat, but it's fascinating in the sense that this is entirely the time when you want to be in that groove that we were talking about earlier on, that rhythm where you're just knocking in the lap times, lap after lap after lap.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a pivotal point, really, of a race, I think, this, isn't it? Because consistency is key. I remember what somebody once telling me where endurance racing was concerned, it's almost like testing. You need to be able to drive to such consistency. You're probably only driving 95% of what you think you could be doing. But sometimes that more gentle approach is actually as quick as anything.
If you can do 95% of your lap time 100% of the time, then you're doing quite well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
And a number of times you get a driver who, if you're watching their technique, you sort of actually try and rein them back a little bit. And there's that age-old adage in motorsport, isn't there, which is slow in, fast out. And you just rein it back a little bit sometimes, and you see the lap time suddenly come down, much to everybody's surprise, because the driver thinks they're going slower. Yeah. So anyway, as you rightly say, we're in that phase of the race, and under cover of darkness, there's all kinds of things which no doubt we've missed, but we'll try and keep on top of them. Peter Mansfield goes through, completes another lap in the race-leading Lotus Elise number 19. Fairly comfortable to say now that he completed 2 penalties with that Lotus. The first one, I'm pretty sure, was for safety car infringements, but then there was a second one which has delayed him still further, but he is still a lap ahead of the field. Apart from anything else, that car able to go so much further on its tank full of fuel. Harry Ormerod doing a good job in second place, and I've already marked my card for Harry. He got in the car, well, a good 40 minutes ago now, and will be continuing as long as he can, really, until the fuel runs out on that Honda Civic. That was an interesting thought, actually. There's a few cars. You remember right at the beginning we had that issue with the cars coming in for the safety car infringement. And they came in and served their stop-go penalty, but then went out again, got the black flag, and that was because of the tagging issue. This wristband tag idea is a really good idea, theoretically. But interestingly enough, you've got cars like the Lotus, the number 34 Lotus, the Civic, which are left-hand drive cars. Now that's fascinating because it puts the driver on the wrong side from the tag. And you've got to be doubly sure that you've actually clicked that tag to get out of the pit lane. So theoretically, it gives the left-hand drive cars a slight disadvantage over the right-hand drive cars.
Take your point. Yes, well made. This is the driver ID tagging, which is at the pit lane exit to identify which driver is in the car at any one time. I suppose the thinking, trying to put yourself into the role of a racing driver, just come in to serve a penalty, that wasn't a real pit stop. No change of driver, therefore I don't need to identify myself again. Well, yeah, sorry, but you do, because the rule is there's a red light there and you have to show your ID in order to get out of the pits. It's an easy mistake to make, and each individual driver will only ever make the mistake once, but as I say, you've got to go up and down the pit lane and make sure that every driver understands that's what it is.
It's a very clever piece of technology, really, and one area where I suppose modern technology can improve the spectacle in a way, because it allows you to keep more up to date with what's going on.
What we need is an extra column on the timing screen, dare I say it, which tells us how long each driver has been at the wheel of the car. There are some timing systems that do that for us, but the TSL's current version doesn't. So we have to just kind of keep track in our heads as to how long each driver's been at the wheel of the car. 3 hours is the limit. We've yet to have 3 hours of the race, so nobody's gone over their limit yet. But when it does get complicated is at the end of this segment, the 3 hours keeps counting, if you see what I mean. So you restart on Sunday morning with a driver who's already done maybe an hour's driving, and you have to keep that in your head and then use it to calculate going forwards into the next segment of the race. So the teams have to be responsible for keeping track of how long each driver's been out there, knowing that the race control is going to keep an eye on it and ping you if you get it wrong.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of strategy involved in this one way and another. And I think that's what makes endurance racing extra special, really, because it's so inclusive. I know from personal experience of having been involved with endurance racing and sprint racing over the years, that endurance brings in the enthusiasm of the whole team. As a mechanic, you're involved in it the whole time. Whereas in sprint racing, you've got the car prepared, the car goes out on the circuit, it comes back either complete or in pieces, so you've got your next chunk of work to do. But the driving aspect of it is supreme in sprint racing in a funny sort of way when it comes to the actual action. But because of tyre changes and fuel and all the rest of it, the whole team gets involved in endurance racing. And you can see why it's become so much more popular and why actually there's big support for it.
Absolutely, and I think as well you've got the involvement of more people because you need somebody to keep track of what the driving times are for your drivers. You need somebody to track what's going on with your tyres, which set of tyres you're going to use next. You need somebody to plan when we're going to need the next tank full of fuel, make sure the people who are doing the refueling know that they've got half an hour where they've got nothing to do, or if there's a safety car within the next 10 minutes, then we're going to come in. So refuelers, please be ready. So you need far more people to be involved who are all playing a role in the team effort. We talk about motorsport being a team effort, and quite often we forget how many of the team are involved. And at what level, because you talk about the mechanics, you talk about the drivers, you talk about the team manager, but all of a sudden you then need to talk about the tyre man, the fueling man, the strategy man. They all have the role to play as well.
Yeah, and you've got to be focused for that as well, because it's so easy in this sort of environment to get distracted.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
You just lose track of what somebody's doing for 2 minutes. That can be the difference between success and failure.
Yep, absolutely.
And getting the right discipline of people involved in that is no mean feat, really.
No, it all matters, and this is where the Race of Remembrance is a slight contradiction, because it matters, yes, but I think they have it in context where, for a lot of people, just being here is what matters, and the people who are involved in the Mission Motorsport program, the fact that they're here and playing a role is what's important to them. And so yeah, it's a multifaceted thing. You've got the class aspect to it, you've got different drivers aspect to it. It's it always fascinates me. I can talk about this sort of thing all night.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what I'll do then, Paul, is I'll wander down to the pit lane and see what little snippets I can gain from there. And hopefully we'll get some kind of Wi-Fi connection to be able to relay it back to you.
Yes, absolutely. So I think we've worked out where the radio mic works at its best. So we'll head to that area of the pit lane.
We'll try going north as well, up the other way, and see what the range there is as well.
Great. Thanks very much. Andrew Crichton there, my partner in crime here at the Race of Remembrance 2021. This is the Race of Remembrance. It's Anglesey Circuit in the northwest of Wales, on the island of Anglesey, where else? And however you're joining us, whether you're listening on the loudspeakers in the paddock, around the circuit, or around the world, you're very welcome to listen in and get an atmosphere that we're trying to bring you from the Race of Remembrance of the racing that's going on here. We're coming up to halfway through this segment of the race, part one of the race. We've got 6 hours of running to do here at the Race of Remembrance today. We'll do the remaining 6 hours tomorrow, and we'll interrupt our activity on the circuit tomorrow with the service of remembrance at 11 o'clock. But for now, as I say, with 3 hours gone of today's racing, 3 hours still to go. Let's have a roundup of where we are and what's been going on. Rob Boston Racing leads the field with Peter Mansfield, 95 laps completed and 3 hours gone. Second place, number 99, is Harry Ormerod, and he's driving the RKC Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, 94 laps completed by Harry and Ricky Coomber, who drove the car earlier on this afternoon. Number 97 is in third place. That's Don Henshaw at the wheel of the Rocket Racing Caterham 270R. He's completed 93 laps. And then in fourth place, it's car number 15, Stephen Daly, with the Lodge Sports Racing Porsche Cayman, also on 93 laps, around 40 seconds adrift of the Caterham ahead of him. In fifth place is Lee Bristow in the Caterham of the Solo 64 team, which has been driven by Will Rossetti and Giuseppe Fillet already. Car number 64, that is, and it's done 93 laps as well, a further 27 seconds behind the Porsche Cayman. That's in fifth place. In sixth place, Chris Skillicorn now driving in the Q6 Motorsport Caterham, car number 71. He has also completed 93 laps. In seventh place, car number 61, fastest of the relay team cars, and that's Angus McLean at the wheel of the AOPF Motorsports team, number 61. And then it's the number 34 Lotus Elise team, Michael Edwards now out following his son, and he's done 92 laps. So the two relay teams, both on 92 laps, separated by, well, coming up for a minute and a half, separating those two cars. Correction, there's actually only 17 seconds between those two cars. I need to remind myself how that screen is working. Yes, only 17 seconds separating the two leaders in the relay class, with number 61 ahead of 34. 169 is next up in ninth place. That's the leader of Class B, and it's the Mazda from the Clapham North MOT team, car number 169. Nick Rutter driving at the moment. George Grant was the driver who started the race for them. He's also on 92 laps. And then in 10th place, car number 999 is Dominic Bush with the second of the RKC Motorsports Honda Civic Type Rs. Dominic Bush at the wheel of that car, and that car also on 92 laps. Is closing in actually on the Clapham North MOT, but they're in different classes. Each of them, though, leading their respective class. In the case of the Clapham North MOT team, Nick Rutter leading Class B and Dominic Bush leading Class C with the 999 Honda Civic Type R. Other class leaders, just running through at the half distance of this part, quarter distance of the race overall. Other class leaders being Morgan Short at the wheel of the Track Club BMW number 66. And that car has completed 88 laps and has an advantage in the BMW class of 3 laps now over the Royal Marines car. And then next up in that class is the Royal Air Force. Those cars having a battle of their own in the battle of the services between the Marines and the RAF. Leading Class AC1 is the CSC Racing and FDL Packaging Citroen C1, car number 417, which is the car currently being driven by David Scotting, originally supposed to run in the ACC class, but having been moved back into the AC1 category for this race. Anyway, it's leading the AC1 category. And then leading the ACC category is the Team Torpedo Toyota Aygo, car number 578, in the hands of Andrew Dyer. That's the situation as it stands at the moment, with 3 hours and 5 minutes now on the clock elapsed, and just under 3 hours still to go tonight. We'll run through non-stop here at Anglesey until 9 o'clock local time this evening. It's just gone 6 in the evening now, and absolutely pitch black out there, and no sign of that changing between now and the checkered flag. The wind, thankfully, of yesterday has dropped considerably, and the skies cloudy, not clear, but hopefully every chance of it remaining dry really from now till the end of the race. The forecast is set fair for the rest of the race meeting. So good consistent lapping from Peter Mansfield. We were talking a moment ago with Andrew about that, and after the second penalty he's been back in the 147s fairly consistently. Not as quick, I have to say, as Harry Ormerod is, at least on the last lap. It was 147 for Peter Mansfield, a 146.1 for Harry Ormerod, a 143 on that last lap from Don Henschel, who is flying along in the Rocket Racing Caterham. But that car is quick on the track, but has to make more pit stops, and I think probably is also suffering from maybe making slightly longer pit stops. We don't actually get information as to how long the pit stops are on our timing screen, but the limited information that we do have just tells us the number of pit stops that the car has made, and that reads 3 pit stops for Peter Mansfield, but that includes 2 penalties, 2 pit stops for Harry Ormerod, and that must include 1 penalty as well, 2 pit stops for Don Henschel, which is 2 genuine pit stops, and then 3 pit stops for Stephen Daly in the Porsche Cayman. And that certainly involves...
Paul, Sandra down here in the pit lane, and
yes,
just the Caterham end of pit lane, down with pits 1 and 2 and 3, and a bit of fervent activity going down here. It's some refueling, never the easiest thing in a Caterham to do that quickly, but they're on the case. You can see an Optimum Motorsport set of overalls there, that's interesting. Optimum, of course, renowned for their GT racing, and so presumably buying in a bit of expertise here for the race of remembrance. Some interesting hand signals going up as a result of those comments, but the team only marginally distracted by it. The driver looking irascibly placid over the far side, waiting to get back into the car as soon as this is over. Yep. What did we say? We said, Paul, a little bit earlier about the fact that you had to be very calm to be a good endurance driver. Certainly this gentleman down here looking to be measured in his approach as he waits for the mechanics to finish their refuel. But the 71 car then looking very smart with this Race of Remembrance livery. The team looking on, refueling, just one more churn to go, and they're off and running. These dry brake churns, of course, are really good for club type endurance racing. Has a dry brake system in it which allows them to refuel in the pit lane without all the rigmarole of going and finding a remote fuel set up. So and at an affordable rate. So if one's going to go endurance racing and try and find the right kit to do it, this sort of thing is really good. As we said earlier on, the Caterham never struck one as being the ultimate endurance car, but the Race of Remembrance has really featured Caterhams very heavily over the last few years, and none more so perhaps than the 71 car down here. So action as they complete the refuel, trying to drain the very last drop out of the churn, and at the same time trying to dispel any air from the tank by the look of it. It's a unique system of bleeding the tank by jumping up and down on the back of the car, but they seem to have cracked that one now, and I think looking to get things topped off. Cap goes back on the refueling, and quick scurry round. Driver hopping over. Getting in and out of a Caterham is never the easiest. Getting in is a lot easier than getting out, of course, but that dive through the top of the roll cage to get in, the mechanics straight on it, getting him strapped in, ready to go. So we'll see that 71 car pull back out on circuit again in a moment. A very competent performance by the team down here.
Yes, I'm assuming. Thank you for that, Andrew, and you came through loud and clear. So more reports of that nature from that location whenever you can get them, please. And who knows, if you can find a driver to talk to as well, then even better. Chris Skillicorn it was who'd just been in the car. Toby Boys, I'm guessing, is going to be the driver who rejoins in the number 71, and at least that's my interpretation of the way that it will be going. Chris Skillicorn, having been the third driver aboard that car already, having taken over from Nick Timpson, the car having been started by Taylor O'Flanagan. And it is indeed Toby Boys. The name comes up on the screen as the car leaves the pit lane and drops as a result of that pit stop down to 10th place, or will it be 11th? It's 10th at the moment, but I think in 11th place at the moment, the breakdancer's car of Darryl Questwell is going to be able to overtake it whilst the car was in the pits there. Even though it's not been shown on the screen just yet, it'll happen when the lap unwinds next time around. Harry Ormerod not as quick on that last lap as Peter Mansfield, so Mansfield quite capable of keeping the pace up. Not as quick as Rob Boston, but quite quick enough, and that's the important thing. Doesn't matter, as we've been kept on saying, as long as you can keep the consistency up, and Peter Mansfield has achieved that since his last penalty stop, and so he'll be continuing on his way in the Lotus number 19 with the very bright row of headlights along the bonnet of the car, and in addition to the regular production lights on the number 19, those additional lights really making, I wouldn't say they make life easier, but they make life a lot easier than it would otherwise be for the driver. 103 laps completed now for Peter Mansfield. Harry Ormerod in second place, Don Henschel third, 103 laps, 102 laps, 101 laps respectively for the three of them.
And Paul, just recapping on that 19 car leaving the pit lane just now. Very interesting. We were talking about the tag system at the end of the pit lane. The 19 car taking at least a second or so to actually record that tag. The driver was waving his arm furiously in front of the sensor, which must be very frustrating when you're trying to get back out on circuit. Eventually the lights went to green, but it's really a question of making sure you've got composure to get up there to make sure the wrist tag is in the right direction and it's actually picking up on the sensor.
It's like those hotel rooms in which I'm staying at the moment, where instead of having a key, you have a little card, and you have to wave the card in front of the door handle, and then the door magically opens. And I always can't manage it. My wife has to do it for me when we're staying in a hotel. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's part of the rules. It's one of those things you want to practice, I suppose, and make sure you have the technique. But anyway, it did work. Toby Boys has identified himself as the driver of the Q6 Motorsport Caterham, and as I suggested he might, he has indeed dropped to 11th place once the lap unwound itself. Importantly for him, I suppose, he's kept himself ahead of the Track Scotland Mini Cooper, which no longer leads Class B, incidentally. The Track Scotland car, Adam Morrison at the wheel, is now only second in Class B, because it's Nick Rutter who now leads the way in Class B. The Clapham North MOT Mazda have they made the same number of pit stops? Yes, they have. Fact of the matter is, Nick Rutter has been lapping more quickly in recent laps, at least, than Adam Morrison has been. And so Morrison in number 55 has lost a few seconds and continues to lose a few seconds, while Nick Rutter is going very rapidly in the Clapham North MOT Mazda. Car 169 now in the lead of the class. I'm going to hand the microphone over to James Cameron, who's come up and joined me once again. James, we talked earlier on about how it was going with being at the Race of Remembrance as a spectator. Well, here we are, 3 hours and a bit into it. Regretting your decision at all yet?
No, not really. It's been very, very cool. Working out of the pits because I've got a stable of drivers, including some absolute novices who have just been getting their first laps of competitive motorsport in. And what a way to start. You go and do your first lap of competitive motorsport out of a bright pit lane, and you turn out onto the outside of a circuit in the banking, and it's absolutely pitch black. You are being ambushed by faster things from behind, Caterhams, random looking lights of other things. You're dazzled by your mirrors, and you're trying to find a turn in for church where you can remember in qualifying, lovely little lights along the edge of the circuits, little reflectors, and of course by this stage in the evening someone's driven over those and they've dragged a bit of mud onto the track, but they're coping with it absolutely magnificently. So I probably need to point out a couple of people. The Morgan, the wonderful hand control Morgan, first stint was done by Lionel O'Connor, who's stepped up as the experienced hand to be able to guide the others. And Lionel's first stint was absolutely fantastic. He was just able to get his car working quicker than some of the other cars around him and was able to move up through the field. I think really, really impressive, mature first stint. But then handed over to Linda Noble, who has come an amazingly long way. Just really wonderful. I think 2 years ago, it was a huge act of confidence for her to go in with somebody for the Supercar Saturday laps as a passenger. That was a really big step for her 2 years ago. And then she's here today and drove from light through dusk into the dark and is now a fully fledged racing driver. She brought back a perfect car, still looking immaculate at the end of her stint, and handed it over.
Now, tell me, James, from both points of view, you're involved with getting these people's heads in the right place, the man management skills aspect of it. they are, in some ways, probably used to going out into the unknown, preparing, yes, but not being quite sure of what it's going to be like when it comes in real life. And that's exactly the emotions that I was having as you were describing going out of the pit lane for the first time for your first race. Yes, that's something that they can do, but you have to somehow get them to draw upon that experience, don't you? And that's where you get inside their minds and say, look, you can do this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it's like all of the best things in the world. The best things in life aren't easy, and you've got to work and you've got to overcome challenges in order to be able to do that. And using things like this as a vehicle for personal recovery is how we're really effective at using Race of Remembrance. But there is a team of people who sit behind in order to make that happen. Those lovely pink reflective tops that you see with OT on, those are occupational therapist team led by the head of occupational therapy at Stanford Hall, which is the new Headley Court. It's the amazing Defence Medical Rehabilitation Centre, very close to Donington Park, actually, for which is how I find my way around the country. I navigate it through racing circuits. And they're here in order to help pick up, look after. We've got an RV which Swift have been incredibly kind to loan us, which is parked at the back of our paddock, which is specifically for that purpose. It's for a little breakout room and all of the rest of it for people. They're under pressure in order to be able to achieve this, but it's that team achievement that gets people across the line, which is why we all love endurance racing.
Yeah, and I think the thing about endurance racing, I was talking to Andrew about this earlier on, I'm not sure if you were in a position where you could listen to it, but the very nature of endurance racing drags in more and more people. You were mentioning fueling people. You don't need refuelers in a sprint race. You need somebody who's going to work out how much driver time people have done, make sure they don't go over their drive time limit. You need somebody to work out which tyres we're going to put on next, get them ready, make sure we know, and it draws extra people in. And that must help you enormously, because every team always needs somebody else to do another job, because there's always another job to be done, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got folk up and down the pit lane working in all sorts of different roles. So not just the beneficiaries on the really obvious stuff that's being run by Mission Motorsport, but for example, Paul Sheard, running an MX-5, lost a couple of team members due to a positive COVID test. So suddenly found themselves guys down. So Ian McSteen, former Rifles guy, has gone away up the pit lane with one of our key volunteers who's a really senior automotive engineer in order to be able to go and bolster that team. But you see that all the way up and down the pit lane. These are the stories of endurance motorsport. One of the RAF teams needed a bottom arm, and then that was supplied by Track Group, who are one of their competitors, who are racing against them at the moment. And that sort of spirit of endurance racing, and that you muck in and help out and you make things, we've seen that happen up and down the pit lane already. And to make people part of that supportive community is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to make people successful civilians, and what better way to do it than to bring them somewhere where the sense of community is so strong.
And I mean, it must be tremendously satisfying for you. I mean, I know you're too modest to admit it, but you're always looking at the next job and the next job and the next job after that. But if you ever do step back and reflect on it, it must be a tremendously satisfying thing to do, to know that you've brought through. Yes, you've done the engineering and you've done the mechanics of it, but you speak briefly about the mental side of it as well. The difference that you make when you then look back on it, it's great, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is. I mean, my service career, you don't really make things. So a builder or a bricklayer makes stuff, steps away from it and looks at it. Whereas our effects are about people and about relationships and about personal journeys. And I mean, we're incredibly proud with our relationship with the Invictus Games Foundation. We're incredibly proud that Mission Automotive is a Royal Foundation initiative, the charitable trust of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. You get to do some quite shiny things as a result of that, which are kind of pretty cool. I mean, I will be getting dragged in between now and Christmas. I'll be wearing black tie a lot to do a lot of those bits and pieces. That's not the cool stuff. The cool stuff is Linda's face when she got out of the car. It's the Navy officer who's just completed his first stint of motorsports, competitive motorsports of any time, who's gone out with just starry eyes, lit up like a Christmas tree, and if you could bottle that, that's absolutely perfect. But it's all of the other little bits and pieces down the pit lane as well. It's Kes Bradley who adores this event and all of the bits and pieces around it, and I know missed it so terribly last year under COVID, and just her sense of absolute joy at being able to come back together and being part of this thing, which is such an important part of her life. She's part of that team that put together that extraordinary Lotus Poppy car. And there are so many sort of threads and individual bits and pieces, but they all kind of come together here for Race of Remembrance. It's an interesting year because, of course, we're coming out of the back of COVID. And when we had to make decisions on things like a marquee, being able to put people into a space, it was really difficult to do so because we weren't certain what we were going to be allowed to do when we got to this point. And I think we've really missed that ability to bring everybody together in one place. But to make up for that, the weather has smiled on us instead, and instead we were all able to get together in the pit lane. That photograph was amazing. Just the sheer number of people we had all in one place was really, really glorious. And I think we will learn a lot from this year as we develop onto future years as well, as we return to something that I think feels a lot more like normality. But none of this is possible without the teams who've driven a long way, who brought a lot of stuff, and then are participating. I haven't been out there, so I've not witnessed it firsthand, but what everybody is commenting on is the quality of the driving standards which are out there. Really respectful, people genuinely entering into this in the right kind of spirit and in the right kind of way and being respectful of each other. It's so important, and I think we can be really proud of how our teams are driving out there today.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned race organisation. It's worth just noting the fact that the British Racing and Sports Car Club, the BRSEC, are running the race meeting. In previous years, it's been a BARC organised meeting. I don't know how much you can say about that, but it's certainly nice the way that the BRSEC come along and bring their own flavour to the Race of Remembrance. I don't know, as I say, I don't know how much closely you work with Race Control, but I've certainly had no difficulties with them whatsoever. They seem to have understood from the get-go exactly what this race meeting is all about.
Yeah, wholeheartedly, and of course it was 750 Motor Club actually ran the first couple of races of remembrance, and then Bark picked up the mantle. Bark are doing their own piece, so tomorrow down at Thruxton there's going to be another service of remembrance there, interrupting a motor race with 20 teams, including serving teams taking part, which is fantastic. But BRSEC are doing a great job, really enjoying it. But I mean, BRSEC, you go and talk to your marshals, and they just, it's the same people, and it's the same faces who are back here every year. Amazing to see so many of our marshals who are starting to look like Korean generals as they add extra patches going further down their pro bands, because we've got so many people who come back and do it year after year. Tremendously grateful to them, but it kind of works. We know the formula works, and just ensuring that it stays special and it nails those bits and pieces was what I was nervous about coming into this. Knew we didn't have the big tent, and that's a £40,000 expense by the time you've done the tent, the power, the light, the heating, the AV, the stuff that goes inside it, and that's before we've made an absolute Horlicks of trying to feed people dinner. We knew going in without that would change the nature of the event to some degree, but we needed to keep that spirit of it absolutely right. And I hope we're kind of getting that right. And I sort of welcome the feedback from the teams, but it's the people who make this thing, and they've just been absolutely smashing.
Yeah, and a lot of the people who are involved as well. You talked about the people. There are obviously the Mission Motorsport entries. There are obviously the beneficiaries, the people who are involved with Mission Motorsport. But there's a lot of the British club racing community who get involved in this as well, and you couldn't run it without them. I know you don't necessarily target it at them, but they kind of get drawn in. I'm thinking of the Ricky Coombers, the Martin Shorts, who are part of motor racing's fabric, part of the family that I know, coming from the motor racing background and kind of foisting myself upon you, the military. But we kind of all meet up and become one big happy family, extended family.
Yeah, have you seen Andrew Bentley's here this weekend as well? Well, that's because he's not driving a car. Andrew Bentley is making pizzas. So Andrew Bentley is set up with an Uni pizza oven, making, and I think he's made enough to do about 45 pizzas, and he's feeding the Mission Motorsport team during the course of today. He's a friend of ours. He's been involved with us helping turn broken people into racing drivers and helping them on a personal recovery journey for 10 years now. Andrew first started helping us as an instructor, and he's a friend and looking to lean into Race of Remembrance. You've got a United Autosports LMP2 driver who's gone, I'm really good at making pizzas. Could I be able to help out with doing that? So last night in Andrew, the circuit manager's house, he was making pizza dough, loading it individually in order to be able to. And so we have the most supremely well-fed team here, because you've got a Works LMP2 driver who's busy feeding them with an Uni pizza oven. It's amazing.
I'm very envious. All I'm doing here is a cup of hot coffee and some crisps, but I'm sure you could. And the trouble is that I barely get time to take a breath, let alone any food on board with this weekend, the way it works. But no, it's great to have you along. Thank you for joining us, James. Continue to enjoy spectating. Is that your radio? No? Right, okay, somebody else has left a radio here. But let me bring you up to date with what's going on the track. A further half hour has ticked by whilst James and I have been waffling. And apologies if it does seem like waffle, but it is that event where we just like to talk to people and renew acquaintances that, certainly speaking from a personal point of view, I haven't seen people for, since this event 2 years ago. So nice to get the opportunity to be here. 112 laps have been completed. 3.5 hours have very nearly been completed of the race. And why? And it's more than 3.5 hours, isn't it? And the reason that I've had to pause and reflect just then is because the Rob Boston Racing Lotus has just been in for another pit stop. Its fourth pit stop shown on the screen, but it's only its second pit stop in terms of real pit stops, because it made 2 penalty pit stops while in the hands of Peter Mansfield. So Rob Boston is now back at the wheel of the car that bears its name, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus. Rob Boston back at the wheel, and he is heading off on his lap out of the pits at the moment. And when he comes through at the end of his flying lap, he'll be completing 113 laps of the 2.1 mile Anglesey circuit. He still holds a lead. Does he? No, I don't think he does. I think Don Henshaw has got ahead of him. I think next time around we're going to see Don Henshaw back into the lead of the race in the 97 Caterham. Briefly, we had Ricky Coomber in the lead when the Rob Boston car made its last pit stop. And I think we may get Don Henshaw briefly into the lead. Yes, we do now. The screen catches up with itself. And so Don Henshaw takes over the lead of the race. Now, he's only had 2 pit stops, so he will be coming up for his 3rd pit stop in the number 97 car. That car must have had, I suggest, a bigger fuel tank fitted to it. Just trying to work my way through that. The race was started by Andy Perry. Steve McCulley took over. Don Henshaw is the 3rd driver. It's had 2 pit stops, so Don Henshaw will be into the pits again fairly soon. Lee Bristow is up into 2nd place, and for a moment we've got a Caterham 1-2 because it's Rocket Racing leading from Solo 64, 97 leading from number 64. So the complexion of this race is always complex and continues to be so. The Rob Boston car being shown down in 3rd place now, 30 seconds behind the Lee Bristow Caterham in front of it. So it's Caterham's 1 and 2, Rob Boston in 3rd place with the Lotus, then Harry Ormerod with the Honda Civic in 4th place, but he is making his scheduled pit stop now, and that will be to hand the car over to Zach Lewis, I believe. So Zach Lewis, who has yet to drive the car, should be getting into the RKC Motorsport Honda Civic, being shown in 4th place, and we'll wait and see whether or not he's able to maintain that 4th place through the pit stop routine. 4 minutes every pit stop, remember, so it does mean that you have to factor that into your strategy. No point in trying to make a quick pit stop and partly refueling. The pit stops are timed, and every pit stop has to be a minimum of 4 minutes, and 99 Harry Ormerod currently in there. 5th place is the first of the relay cars, and the Lotus Elise team of Michael and Bailey Edwards are in the pits at the moment. Both Bailey started the race. Michael has driven since then.
Paul, down here in the pit lane, things are looking quiet at the moment. Martin Short's car back in the pits. That's just going out after refuel and driver change. Otherwise, things looking uncommonly quiet down here at the moment. We're watching just now for the refueling and just discussing with scrutineers about the technology involved in refueling on this sort of club type endurance racing. Pretty interesting, different methods of being able to do that. The Royal Engineers came in and had a really good looked very competent indeed. Meanwhile, the RAF team back down here, currently the car I think had a wheel hub or something go. I think the driver came back in, not desperately happy with the way it was, but they're fixing that now. So a bit of action down here in the pit lane. The 77 Caterham, one of the relay teams, I think, on its way back out onto the circuit as well. And one of the Hondas, the 999 car, being refueled at the top of the pit lane at the moment. So things looking fairly stable down here. And we're talking about the team effort of racing in endurance events, and really looking at the number of people actually involved down here with their high-vis jackets on really emphasises the point, really, that this is a very inclusive type of motorsport, and you can get your own sort of sense of satisfaction out of it, really, whether it's engineering, mechanicking, strategy, whatever, as you were rightly saying a little earlier.
Thank you for that. Andrew Crichton down there in the pit lane and bringing us all the latest news there, as glad to hear it's quiet. Means that everything is going relatively routinely. A slight concern, and if Andrew is in a position where he can hear, the 99 Honda Civic has just rejoined. I was going to... Oh, no, it's still in the pits. Sorry, he just lost another place in the pits. That's what confused me. But the number 99 car is still in the pits, and that feels to me like a slightly longer pit stop than usual. So remember, this is the car 99 that led at the last pit stop round briefly for, 2 or 3 laps whilst the safety car was out. in the hands of Ricky Coomber. It came into the pits under Harry Ormerod's control, had what I thought was a routine pit stop, but as I say, a slight concern because that pit stop seems to have run on a little bit longer than the 4 minutes that it is due to take. So, as I say, hopefully Andrew can hear and can possibly ferret out what might have befallen the Ricky Coomber Motorsport Honda Civic Type R. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it's a Caterham 1-2. For how long? Well, not too sure. 36 seconds separates the Rob Boston Lotus from the second of the two Caterhams. However, the leading Caterham is nearly a lap ahead, I believe, of Lee Bristow. So 97 ahead of 64. Just looking down here to see whereabouts is the 64 on the track. Yeah, the 64 currently coming down the straight from the hairpin and will shortly be coming through to complete its lap. And yeah, so it is on the same lap as the race leader. So Don Henshaw leading Lee Bristow. They're both on the same number of laps, separated by just under a minute. Lap time's almost identical on that last lap between the two of them, and 54 seconds is the gap between the two of them. And then
Paul, just a quickie
yes,
down
Andrew.
here in the pit lane. 305, what do we know about that? There was a report just now that car may be heading back into the pits.
Car 305.
It's the Royal Engineers team. Down here in the pits, as we know, the Javelin Track Days sponsored car is currently in the pits with drive shaft and brake issues, but that's being resolved. But the 305 car, I thought I heard a sort of a slight whisper that there was some issue there.
Not to my knowledge. As far as I know, that car should be running okay. It was running ahead of the Royal Air Force. No, it has fallen back, hasn't it? Yeah, Ben Gungry at the wheel of it at the moment. I'm not quite sure what has happened to it, but...
maybe it's a degree of inter-military rivalry then. Maybe
very definitely.
Misinformation.
Yeah, I mean, there is a good deal of, cross... I'll say cross purposes, cross speciality. The Royal Engineers.
It's called intrigue and politics. A spinner down here at the bus stop, and that tricky co-honor catching somebody out just then.
Yeah, and the problem is when you do get caught out is them being able to rejoin, because it does get very busy, and of course you can see cars coming down the straight. And you're never quite sure whether you've got time or space to get out before the car coming down the straight is going to reach where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And down here we've got the one car's car number 12. That's in for a driver change. And just looking at the way the technology of this endurance racing, even at club level, has developed in the last few seasons, the illuminated number boards make identification of the cars so much easier, and the clarity of them really good. The C1 car down here with the number 12 illuminated, very simple designs, but help a lot, not only from the commentary point of view, but as well.
Don't they just, yes, and actually they run off their own power supply as well, so they don't even take any power off the engine. While you're in a position where I think you can hear me, Andrew, I was expressing some concern a moment ago about the number 99 Honda Civic. Harry Ormerod brought the car into the pits, was supposed to spend 4 minutes in the pits, but he's been in there for about 10, I reckon. So Harry Ormerod with some kind of problem, I believe, in the number 99 RKC Motorsport Honda.
We'll go and see if we can find out what's going on.
Yeah, as I say, that car briefly led the race after about an hour and a half, and then went very well in the hands of Harry. He did a full stint. As far as we could tell, it was a perfectly normal scheduled stop that he was due to come in and make. But then, as I say, having come in, he's lost a lot of places and drops down a further place now, so to the point where he's outside of the top 10 now. The pace of the Caterhams beginning to tell. Rocket Racing, Don Henshaw, now has a lead of 57 seconds. It was 54, so he's gradually managing to increase that. Goes through again. No, he doesn't. He comes into the pits. So is this another routine stop for Don Henshaw? 3 hours and 3/4. So, yes, that's 3 equal length stints of an hour and a quarter each. That's about right for the Caterham. So it's a routine stop for Don Henshaw. He's in the pits. Lee Bristow, number 64, is, I would guess, pretty much due a pit stop of his own. The car having been started by Will Rossetti, it should be Will's turn to go out again. So we should be having Don Henshaw in 97 handing the car over to Andy Perry, and Lee Bristow handing over to Will Rossetti on the rotation.